The lower levels of Coruscant never slept, but they did have rhythms. The neon advertisements dimmed slightly after midnight. The crowded markets thinned to scattered desperate vendors, and the truly dangerous business moved from back rooms to the open streets, where shadows provided better cover than walls. In a cantina 3 kilometers below the gleaming Senate towers, a transaction was taking place. "You're sure this is it?" The clone deserter kept his voice low, his hand steady despite the shaking in his chest. His armor was gone, sold weeks ago for food and shelter. Without the white plastoid, he was just another face in Coruscant's underworld. The artifact that grants wishes? The Twi'lek dealer across from him smiled, revealing filed teeth. "Wishes? No, my desperate friend. This grants something far more valuable." She placed a small box on the table between them, intricate, beautiful, covered in geometric patterns that seemed to shift when you didn't look directly at them. "This grants understanding, clarity, an end to questions that torture you." CT-7429. He'd stopped using his designation, tried calling himself Seven, but the name felt hollow, stared at the box. It was roughly 10 centimeters on each side, made of materials he couldn't identify. Gold inlay traced patterns across black surfaces. Small pins protruded from each corner, and the whole thing seemed to hum with a vibration he felt in his teeth rather than heard. "What kind of understanding?" Seven asked. "The kind you've been seeking since you ran from the army." The Twi'lek's smile widened. "I know your type. Created in tanks. Programmed to fight and die. Never given choice or purpose beyond the next battle. You want to know why you exist, why you suffer, what it all means." She pushed the box closer. "Solve this puzzle, and you'll have your answers." "How do you know?" "I know desperation when I see it. And this box, it finds the desperate. Been passing through the underworld for weeks now, cellar to cellar, seeker to seeker. Nobody can solve it, but you." She studied him with eyes too old for her face. "You might have the patience, the need." Seven reached for the box, then hesitated. "What's the catch?" "Catch?" The Twi'lek laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "The catch is, you have to solve it. Most people can't. Their fingers slip, their minds wander, they give up. But if you do solve it..." She leaned forward, her leku twitching. "Well, you get exactly what you're looking for, no more, no less." "That's not an answer." "It's the only answer you're getting. Do you want it or not? I've got 3 other buyers interested." Seven looked around the cantina. A Rhodian was dealing death sticks in the corner. A human couple argued in slurred basic about whose fault their ruined lives were. Near the door, a Wiki enforcer watched the room with dead eyes, waiting for someone to cause trouble worth killing over. This was his life now. Running, hiding, questioning everything he'd been told, everything he'd done, every order he'd followed without thought. The GAR said clones were soldiers. The Jedi said they were valued allies. But what did Seven say? What did he think? He didn't know, and not knowing was worse than any battle. "How much?" he asked. "For you?" The Twi'lek's smile became almost pitying. "Free. Consider it a gift. I've been carrying this cursed thing for 2 weeks, and it's given me nightmares like you wouldn't believe. I want it gone." Red flags. Every instinct Seven had developed in combat and desertion screamed red flags. Nothing was free. Nothing was ever free. But his hand was already moving, already taking the box, already feeling the weight of it, heavier than it should be. cold despite the cantina's muggy warmth. "Good luck, deserter," the Twi'lek said, standing quickly. "You're going to need it." She was gone before Seven could ask what that meant. 6 hours later, Seven's apartment. The puzzle was elegant. That was the first thing Seven noticed. Every surface was a carefully calibrated mechanism. Press here and a section rotated, twist there, and pins reconfigured. It wasn't random. There was a pattern, a sequence, a logic that unfolded like a mathematical proof. He'd been working on it for hours, barely noticing the dawn light creeping through his cracked window. His hands moved with the precision he'd learned, disassembling and reassembling DC-15s in under 30 seconds. Focus, discipline, patience. The box responded to his touch like it was alive. Click. A corner piece rotated 90 degrees, slide. A middle section recessed, revealing new geometric patterns beneath. Twist. The top surface realigned, and suddenly he could see how the next sequence should. The box opened. It didn't unfold so much as unmake itself, each piece moving to impossible positions, revealing an interior that should not fit within its exterior dimensions. Light poured out, not the warm yellow of a sun or the cold white of artificial illumination, but something else. Blue-white, painful to look at, carrying sounds that weren't quite sounds. Seven dropped the box. Too late. The light had touched him, and in that touch, he felt a hook. Something invisible and barbed had lodged itself in his soul, and it was pulling. Not physically, his body remained in the apartment, but something deeper was being drawn toward the impossible light. The air began to tear. It started as a shimmer, like heat distortion. Then the shimmer became a crack, and the crack became a wound in reality itself. Through the wound, Seven saw darkness. Not absence of light, but active darkness, writhing and hungry. And then they came through. Chains erupted from the wound first. Not chains of metal, but something organic, wet, covered in hooked barbs that gleamed in the impossible light. They moved with serpentine purpose, wrapping around Seven's limbs, his torso, his throat, not strangling but holding, presenting him. 4 figures emerged from the wound. The first was obscene in its physicality. Massively fat, its skin pulled apart by crude stitches, its face a ruin of excess. It made sounds that might have been breathing or might have been pleasure. The second was once female, its throat torn open to reveal layers of meat and tendon arranged in geometric patterns. When it tried to speak, the sound came from everywhere and nowhere. The third was thin, skeletal, its face a perpetual rictus that exposed too many teeth. It made clicking sounds, its head twitching with insect-like movements. And the fourth was tall, dressed in black leather, its face a canvas of ritual scars and embedded pins. Dozens of them arranged in perfect geometric patterns across the scalp, the temples, the jawline. Each pin caught the light and seemed to hold it, creating an aura of terrible holiness. When it spoke, its voice was beautiful, cultured, precise, British accented, utterly at odds with its appearance. "Ah," Pinhead said, studying Seven with eyes that had witnessed eons of suffering. "A soldier, how delightfully common. Yet you opened the configuration, which is uncommon indeed." He stepped closer, his movements graceful despite the chains that dragged behind him. "Tell me, soldier, what did you seek when you solved our puzzle? Power, freedom, understanding." Seven tried to speak, found his voice caught in his throat. The chains held him upright but immobile, their hooks digging just deep enough to promise agony if he struggled. "Perhaps all 3, Pinhead continued, circling him like a philosopher considering a theorem. You fled your army, shed your identity, descended into the bowels of this city, seeking answers to questions you couldn't articulate. Why do I exist? What is my purpose? Is there meaning in suffering? He smiled, a terrible expression that held no warmth, only interest. We are here to provide those answers. Who? Seven managed to force the word out. Who are you? Angels, the female Cenobite said, her throat voice a chorus of whispers. To some. Demons, the skeletal one clicked, its teeth chattering rhythmically. To others. Explorers, the fat one rumbled, its voice like grinding stones. In the further regions of experience. We are Cenobites, Pinhead said, his voice cutting through the others with absolute authority. Theologians of the Order of the Gash. We serve Leviathan, and through service, we have transcended your crude distinctions between pleasure and pain, suffering and ecstasy, damnation and salvation. He leaned close enough that Seven could smell something sweet and rotting. You sought understanding. We will provide it. You sought an end to suffering. We will provide that too, by teaching you that suffering is not an end, but a beginning, a doorway, a transformation. I didn't, Seven gasped. I didn't know. But you did, Pinhead interrupted gently, almost kindly. You solved the configuration. You completed the sequence. The box appears to those who seek, and you accepted it. You worked to open it. You wanted this, even if you didn't know what this was. He straightened. Ignorance is not innocence, soldier. You invited us into your reality, and now we will show you wonders. The chains tightened and Seven screamed. It wasn't pain, not exactly. It was something beyond pain, something that encompassed every nerve ending and remade them into instruments of a symphony he couldn't comprehend. His mind tried to categorize it, tried to file it under agony or torture, but those words were insufficient. This was transformation. Your reality is quite fascinating, Pinhead observed, apparently unaffected by Seven's screams. We felt the configuration's call from across dimensional barriers. Such desperation, such suffering, such exquisite potential. And when we investigated, we found. He gestured vaguely at the walls, at Coruscant beyond them. This, a galaxy at war with itself. Trillions engaged in violence they barely understand, serving causes they didn't choose, dying for reasons they cannot articulate. Delicious. The chains began pulling Seven in multiple directions simultaneously. Not enough to tear, but enough to promise the possibility, to make him aware of every muscle, every tendon, every bone that held his body together. Please, Seven managed. Please, I don't want this. Of course you don't, Pinhead agreed. That's what makes it perfect. True experience cannot be chosen. It must be thrust upon us. You sought answers, and we provide them. You sought meaning, and we grant it. Your suffering now has purpose. Your pain serves something greater than your small existence. He raised one hand, and the chains obeyed, suspending Seven in midair. Welcome to enlightenment, soldier. Your education begins now. The world became hooks and chains and sensations that had no names. Seven's mind fractured, trying to process experiences biology had never prepared him for. He saw the apartment around him begin to change. Walls becoming flesh, floor becoming something that breathed, ceiling opening to reveal impossible geometries. They were pulling him through, into their realm, into hell itself. And in his final moments of sanity, Seven understood with perfect clarity He'd been right to question his existence. He'd been right to seek meaning. He'd just asked the wrong beings for answers. 72 hours later, Jedi Temple. Master Kenobi, we have a situation. Obi-Wan looked up from his meditation to see Commander Cody standing in the doorway of the meditation chamber, his expression troubled. Cody rarely interrupted meditation unless it was urgent. "What kind of situation?" Obi-Wan asked, rising smoothly. "The unusual kind." Cody pulled out a datapad, calling up images that made Obi-Wan's stomach tighten. "Coruscant security force called us in as consultants. They've found 3 bodies in the past 2 days, all in locked rooms, all in impossible conditions." The images showed scenes that defied explanation. Bodies arranged in configurations that shouldn't be physically possible. Chains embedded in flesh in ways that violated basic anatomy. And the expressions on the victims' faces. "They look ecstatic," Obi-Wan observed quietly. "That's what's bothering CSF. These people were torn apart, but forensics says they were conscious for all of it, and their brain activity." Cody switched images, showing neural scans. Off the charts, like they were experiencing something so intense their minds couldn't process it. "Dark side torture?" Obi-Wan suggested, though something felt wrong about that explanation. That's what CSF thought. "But Master, I've seen what separatist interrogators do. I've seen what happens when Sith get creative with pain. This isn't that." Cody met his eyes. "This is something else, something we haven't encountered." Obi-Wan reached out with the Force, touching the images lightly. What he felt made him recoil. Not darkness, not light, but absence. A void where Force presence should be. Where were these victims found? Different locations across the lower levels. No connection between them that CSF can find. Different species, different professions, different social classes. Only thing they have in common. Cody pulled up one more image. Is this? A small box, intricate, beautiful, covered in geometric patterns. Each victim had one in their possession, Cody explained. Always in the same room where they died. But the boxes themselves? CSF scanned them. Nothing unusual, just decorative puzzle boxes made from common materials. They've been appearing in the black market for weeks. "May I see one?" Obi-Wan asked. "That's the other problem. They keep disappearing from evidence. CSF locks them up, and by morning they're gone. Like they're moving on their own, looking for new owners." Obi-Wan frowned. Objects that disappeared from secure locations. Deaths that violated physical laws. Victims experiencing something beyond pain or pleasure. And the Force telling him nothing, as if whatever caused this existed outside its awareness. "I need to see one of the crime scenes," Obi-Wan decided. "And Cody, assemble a team. I have a feeling this is going to require more than standard investigation." "Already done, sir. Anakin and Ahsoka are prepping a transport. Master Mace wants to be briefed as soon as you have more information." As Obi-Wan gathered his robes and lightsaber, he couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. The Clone Wars had introduced him to countless horrors. Separatist bioweapons, Sith alchemy, war crimes that tested his faith in sentient nature. But this felt different. This felt like something had entered the galaxy that didn't belong here. Something that operated by rules the Force couldn't touch. And in a distant corner of Coruscant, in an apartment that had become something other than physical space, Pinhead stood over his latest work and smiled. "Such curiosity in this galaxy," he murmured to his fellow Cenobites. "Such desperate seeking. They've built entire philosophies around cosmic forces and destiny, but they've never encountered true divine intervention. He reached down, touching chains that stretched into dimensions his current victim couldn't perceive. Shall we educate them? Shall we show these Force users what lies beyond their narrow understanding of suffering and transcendence? The other Cenobites clicked and whispered and rumbled their agreement. And somewhere in the darkness between dimensions, Leviathan, the god of flesh and geometry and exquisite sensation, turned its attention toward a galaxy that had never known its touch. The configuration had been opened, the Cenobites had been summoned, and they had such sights to show everyone. The crime scene was on sublevel 1847, in a residential block that had been condemned 3 times but somehow kept operating through bribery and bureaucratic neglect. Obi-Wan stepped through the door and immediately something felt wrong. Not wrong like darkness, not wrong like death, wrong like geometry that didn't quite fit reality. "The body's still here," the CSF detective said, a weary Quarren named Dex Talo. "We've been waiting for Jedi consultation before moving it. Fair warning, Masters, this one's worse than the others." Anakin entered behind Obi-Wan, Ahsoka at his side. The young Togrutta's eyes widened as she took in the scene, her hand instinctively moving toward her lightsaber. What happened here?" she whispered. The apartment was small. One room barely 10 meters across, but the walls had been altered. Not painted or damaged, but fundamentally changed. What had been Duracrete now looked organic, textured like skin, with patterns pressed into the surface that resembled surgical scars. And in the center, suspended from the ceiling by chains that had no visible anchor points, was the body. It had been a Rhodian male based on the green skin still visible beneath the modifications. But modifications was too gentle a word for what had been done. The body had been opened, not dissected, but unfolded, like a complex origami reverse-engineered to reveal every internal structure simultaneously. Organs were visible but impossibly still functional based on the freshness. The face remained intact, and its expression was, "He's smiling," Anakin said, his voice tight with disgust and confusion. "He died smiling." Brain activity continued for approximately 47 minutes after the physical alterations began, Dex Talo reported, checking his datapad with the mechanical detachment of someone who'd learned not to think about his cases too much. Toxicology shows no drugs, no sedatives. He was conscious and aware for the entire process. Obi-Wan circled the body slowly, careful not to disturb anything. The chains were wrong. They looked metallic but felt organic when he tentatively touched the Force near them, and they were covered in hooks. Hundreds of tiny barbs that had pierced the victim's flesh at precise points. "These aren't random," Obi-Wan observed. "Look at the placement. Each hook corresponds to a major nerve cluster. Whoever did this has intimate knowledge of Rhodian anatomy." "Separatist interrogation techniques," Ahsoka suggested, though she sounded doubtful. "No," Anakin said flatly. He was staring at something on the floor near the body. "Separatists are brutal, but they're practical. This is..." He gestured helplessly at the suspended corpse. "This is art, horrible, sick art, but art. Someone did this because they wanted to, not because they needed information." Obi-Wan knelt beside what Anakin had spotted, a small box, still partially assembled, its geometric patterns gleaming in the dim light. "Don't touch it," Dex Talo warned. "Every officer who's handled one of those boxes reports nightmares for days afterward, some kind of psychological effect we can't explain. I wasn't planning to, Obi-Wan assured him. He reached out with the Force instead, trying to sense the object's nature. Nothing. Not absence like he'd felt from the images. This was deeper, like the box existed in a space the Force couldn't reach. It was there, physically present, but spiritually inert, as if it had been created in a universe where the Force didn't exist. Master? Ahsoka was at the walls, examining the organic texture. There are patterns here, like writing, but I don't recognize the language. Obi-Wan joined her. She was right. Pressed into the flesh walls were symbols, geometric and precise, arranged in sequences that suggested communication or documentation. It's not any language in the Republic database, Dex Tallo confirmed. We ran it through everything. Linguistic experts are stumped. The symbols themselves seem to shift when you don't look directly at them. Sith runes? Anakin suggested. I've studied Sith texts, Obi-Wan said slowly. This is similar in aesthetic, but fundamentally different in structure. Sith runes are designed to channel Force energy. He traced the air near one symbol, careful not to touch. These are designed to describe something, document something, like a signature. Someone signing their work. Ahsoka's horror was evident in her voice. Or marking territory, Anakin said grimly. A sound interrupted them, a clicking, rhythmic like teeth chattering. Everyone turned towards the apartment's far corner where shadows pooled despite the CSF lights. Did you hear that? Anakin's hand was on his lightsaber now. Probably the building settling, Dex Tallo said. But his mandibles twitched nervously. These old structures make all kinds of noises. The clicking came again, closer now, and with it a smell, sweet and rotting, like flowers left too long in a sealed room. Obi-Wan ignited his lightsaber. The blue blade provided more light, pushing the shadows back. Nothing there, but the feeling of being watched intensified, of being assessed, measured. We should get the body to the temple for examination, Obi-Wan decided, and that box needs to be secured in a force-dampening container. I don't trust... The chains moved. Not the chains suspending the body, new chains, erupting from the walls, from the floor, from the ceiling itself. They came with horrifying speed, hooks gleaming, targeting the Jedi with precision that suggested intelligence. Anakin's lightsaber was up instantly, the blue blade severing 2 chains before they could reach him. But the chains didn't fall, they recoiled like wounded snakes, then came at him from different angles. Ahsoka flipped backward, her green blades cutting through 3 chains in a single spinning slash. What are these things? Obi-Wan deflected rather than cut, using force pushes to redirect the chains away from Dex Tallo and the CSF officers who'd drawn blasters and were firing with admirably steady aim. The blaster bolts hit the chains and the chains absorbed them, the energy disappearing into the organic metal without effect. They're not droids, one officer shouted. They're not showing up on scanners. More chains. Dozens now emerging from surfaces that shouldn't be able to produce them. The apartment was becoming a forest of writhing hooked metal, all of it focused on the intruders. Out, Obi-Wan commanded. Everyone out now. They retreated toward the door, lightsabers carving a path through the chains. Anakin grabbed Dex Tallo and bodily threw him through the doorway. Ahsoka used force push to clear a corridor, and Obi-Wan brought up the rear, his blade moving in defensive patterns Soresu had perfected over millennia. But one chain got through, It wrapped around Obi-Wan's wrist, not his weapon hand, thankfully, and its hooks dug in with surgical precision. The pain was immediate and overwhelming, but what followed the pain was worse. Sensation. Pure, undiluted sensation that his nervous system wasn't designed to process. Not pleasure, not pain, but something that encompassed both and transcended them. His mind reeled, trying to categorize it, trying to file it under known experiences and failing utterly. Master! Anakin was there, his lightsaber cutting through the chain. The pressure released, and Obi-Wan stumbled backward through the doorway. The moment they crossed the threshold, the chains stopped. They retreated back into the apartment, slithering into walls and floors and ceiling, disappearing as if they'd never existed. The door slammed shut, and in the sudden silence, they could hear something from behind that closed door. A voice speaking with cultured precision in accented basic. How interesting. Force users. We've encountered such beings before in other realities. They never last long once we begin their education. Obi-Wan stared at his wrist. The hooks had left perfect wounds, geometric patterns that still burned with that impossible sensation. And where the chain had touched him, his skin bore marks that looked almost like writing. "What was that?" Ahsoka demanded, her montrals twitching with barely controlled fear. "I don't know," Obi-Wan admitted. "But whatever's in that apartment, it's not separatist. It's not Sith. It's not anything we've encountered before." "The voice," Dextalo said shakily. "Did you hear the voice? It knew we were Jedi. It knew what we are." Anakin was already on his comm. "This is Skywalker. We need a temple medical team and a containment unit at sub-level 1847, Block 7. We've got a hostile entity, unknown classification, probably sentient, definitely dangerous." As they waited for backup, Obi-Wan examined the marks on his wrist more carefully. They weren't random, they were symbols. The same symbols from the walls inside, pressed into his flesh by the chain's hooks. Master Kenobi, one of the CSF officers, said nervously, "You're bleeding, and sir, the blood is moving." Obi-Wan looked down. The officer was right. The blood from his wounds wasn't dripping. It was flowing along his skin in patterns, tracing geometric shapes, forming something that looked almost like a map, a guide, an invitation. He used a force technique to seal the wounds immediately, stopping the blood flow. But the damage was done. Something had marked him, tagged him, claimed him in a way that made his Jedi training feel inadequate. "We need to get back to the temple," Obi-Wan said quietly. "We need to consult the archives, and we need to brief the council immediately. Whatever we just encountered, it's not part of this war. It's something else. Something older? Or something newer," Anakin said, staring at the closed apartment door. "Something that just arrived." The medical team arrived 15 minutes later. They brought containment fields, force-dampening equipment, and enough firepower to siege a small fortress. But when they opened the apartment door, they found it empty. No body, no chains, no organic walls. Just a normal, grimy, abandoned apartment with nothing to suggest the horror that had occupied it moments before. The only evidence left behind was the puzzle box, sitting innocently in the center of the room. And when the medical techs tried to pick it up, they found it was impossibly heavy, too heavy to lift, as if it weighed more than the building itself. So they left it there. And in the shadows of that empty room, something watched, something patient, something that had all the time in eternity to wait for the next desperate soul who would solve the configuration and invite it back in. Jedi Temple Council Chambers 2 hours later. Chains that emerge from walls, Mace Windu repeated, his voice carefully controlled. A voice that knows what Jedi are, and wounds that organize your blood into patterns. I know how it sounds, Obi-Wan said. He stood before the assembled council, his wounded wrist bandaged but still aching with that phantom sensation. But I'm not the only witness. Anakin, Ahsoka, and 4 CSF officers all experienced the same phenomena. Show us again, Yoda said, his ears drooping with concern. Obi-Wan removed the bandage. The wounds had been treated, but the marks remained, perfect geometric patterns pressed into his flesh by hooks that shouldn't exist. Master Ki-Adi-Mundi leaned forward, studying the marks through the Force. I sense nothing from them, no dark side corruption, no lingering energy. It's as if they were inflicted by something the Force cannot touch. That's what troubles me most, Obi-Wan admitted. I reached out with the Force during the attack. Nothing. The chains, the voice, the presence itself. All of it exists in a space our abilities cannot perceive. Like the Yuzhan Vong, Master Plo Koon suggested, referring to ancient records of extra-galactic invaders, beings from outside the galaxy, outside the Force's awareness. Perhaps, Mace said, but the Vong were biological. These chains, this voice, they sound almost supernatural, like something from old legends. Legends often have basis in truth, Master Shakti observed. What do the archives say about entities that can manipulate physical space without Force presence? I've been searching, a new voice said. Everyone turned to see Jocasta Nu entering the council chambers, several ancient texts floating behind her. And I found something, not in our standard archives, but in the restricted Sith holocron collection we captured from Count Dooku's fortress. She placed one of the texts on the central display, and a holographic transcription appeared, ancient Sith script, barely legible. This is from a holocron created by Darth Revan, approximately 3,000 years ago, Jocasta explained. He was obsessed with interdimensional research, trying to access realms beyond normal space. Most of his work was dismissed as madness. But there's a passage here that seems relevant. She activated the translation. I have seen them in visions, beings of geometric perfection, angels of sensation, priests of a god that exists beyond the Force's reach. They come when summoned, bound by contracts written in pain itself. They offer understanding, transcendence, the ultimate experience. But they are not allies. They are collectors. And what they collect, they keep forever. The council chamber was silent for a long moment. Angels, Ahsoka said quietly. She'd been standing near the back with Anakin. The voice in the apartment said something. It said angels to some, demons to others. You heard the voice? Mace's attention snapped to her. Just before the chains attacked, it was like it was introducing itself, defining what it was. Ahsoka's montrals twitched with remembered fear. It called itself an explorer. In the further regions of something, experience maybe, Jocasta's expression grew grave. There's more in Rivan's text. He describes a device, a puzzle box that serves as a gateway. Solving it summons these beings from their realm into ours. He called it the lament configuration. The box in the apartment, Obi-Wan said. Each victim had one. Small, intricate, covered in geometric patterns. We need to find all of them, Mace decided. Every box in circulation needs to be located and secured. If they're gateways to hostile entities, it may be too late, Anakin interrupted, pulling out his data pad. I've been monitoring reports while you were meeting. In the last hour, CSF has logged 7 new disappearances across Coruscant, all matching the same pattern. Locked rooms, puzzle boxes found nearby. No evidence of forced entry. 7 in an hour? Master Windu stood. This is escalating. Yoda, recommendations. The ancient Jedi Master was silent, his eyes closed, reaching deep into the Force for guidance. When he opened them, his expression was troubled. A great darkness I sense, but not the darkness we know. Something other, something hungry. He looked at each council member in turn. Warned we should have been. Blind we were, assuming all threats came from within our galaxy, within the Force's awareness. But now comes something beyond our sight, and prepared for it, we are not. Then we prepare quickly, Mace said. Master Kenobi, coordinate with CSF. I want every puzzle box found and brought to the temple for containment. Master Tai, work with the healers to examine Obi-Wan's wounds more thoroughly. If there's information encoded in those marks. There is, Obi-Wan said quietly. Everyone looked at him. I can feel it, like something was written into my flesh. Instructions maybe, or coordinates. The wounds burn when I think about that apartment, that voice, like they're trying to guide me somewhere. Guide you to what? Anakin asked. To them, Obi-Wan said. Whatever they are, they've marked me, tagged me. I think they want me to come back. Absolutely not, Mace said firmly. We're not sending anyone into that apartment again until we understand what we're dealing with. But even as he said it, Obi-Wan felt the burns on his wrist pulse with that impossible sensation, and in his mind, unbidden, came a voice, cultured, precise, terrifying in its calm certainty. You have experienced the first touch, Jedi. You have felt the edge of understanding. Do you wish to know more? Do you wish to explore the depths of sensation beyond your limited philosophy? We have such sights to show you. Obi-Wan's hand moved unconsciously to his wrist, covering the marks. Master Kenobi, Yoda was watching him carefully. Something you wish to share? No, Obi-Wan lied and hated himself for it. But the voice in his mind felt private, invasive, like someone had reached into his thoughts and planted seeds of curiosity he couldn't ignore. Dismissed, you are, Yoda said, though his gaze lingered on Obi-Wan. Rest, all of you should, and vigilant remain. These beings, whatever they are, patient they may be, but idle they are not. As the meeting broke up, Anakin pulled Obi-Wan aside. You heard something just now, in the council chamber. Your face went blank for about 3 seconds. I'm fine, Anakin. Master, I know when you're lying. What did you hear? Obi-Wan looked at his former Padawan, now a knight, a warrior, a man who'd seen countless horrors in this war, and decided Anakin deserved the truth. The voice from the apartment, Obi-Wan said quietly. It's still with me, in my head. The wounds, I think they're more than marks. I think they're a connection, a way for these beings to reach me across distance. Then we need to remove them, Anakin said immediately. Cut them out, cauterize them, do whatever it takes. I don't think it works that way. Obi-Wan stared at his bandaged wrist. These aren't physical wounds, not entirely. They're spiritual, dimensional. I don't have words for what they are, but removing them might not be possible. We'll find a way. We always do. But Obi-Wan wasn't so sure, because part of him, a small, horrible, curious part, wanted to know what the voice was offering, wanted to understand what lay beyond the Force's awareness, wanted to explore those further regions the beings had mentioned. And that curiosity terrified him more than the chains ever had. Somewhere in the shadows between dimensions, Pinhead felt the Jedi's curiosity and smiled. "He begins to understand," the Hell Priest said to his fellow Cenobites. "The hook is set. Now we simply wait for him to pull himself closer." He studied the dimensional map before him. A galaxy of suffering, a universe of potential subjects. This reality is rich with seekers, those who question, who doubt, who desperately search for meaning in the midst of chaos. "We shall have many volunteers before we're done. The Force users are strong," the female Cenobite observed. "They may resist." "Resistance is what makes the experience meaningful," Pinhead replied. "Those who come willingly lack the struggle that defines true transcendence. No, let them resist. Let them fight with their lightsabers and their mystical energies. In the end, they all discover the same truth. There is no escape from sensation. There is only surrender to its infinitude." The puzzle boxes multiplied across Coruscant, drawn to the desperate and the seeking like moths to flame, and one by one they were solved. The medical wing of the Jedi Temple was usually a place of quiet healing. Tonight it was filled with screaming. "Hold him down!" Master Vokara commanded, her 4 arms working frantically to stabilize the thrashing patient on the examination table. "The sedatives aren't working." The patient was a young Jedi Knight named Kellum, barely 23 standard years old. He'd been found 2 hours ago in his quarters, unconscious, his body covered in geometric wounds identical to those on Obi-Wan's wrist. But where Obi-Wan had a few marks, Kellum had hundreds, covering his arms, his chest, his face, arranged in patterns that formed something almost like a language. "What happened to him?" Anakin demanded, helping 2 other healers restrain Kellum's legs as the young knight convulsed. "We don't know," Vokara admitted. "His roommate found him like this," said Kellum had been investigating the puzzle box cases on his own, researching dimensional theory in the archives. Then tonight he didn't come to dinner. When his roommate checked on him, she injected another sedative, her expression grim when it had no visible effect. He was like this, conscious but non-responsive, screaming about angels and chains and experiences beyond flesh. "He solved one of the boxes," Obi-Wan said quietly from the doorway. He'd come as soon as he heard. "Didn't he? He found one and solved it." Vokara didn't answer, which was answer enough. Kellum's eyes snapped open, wide, unseeing, pupils dilated to black pools. When he spoke, his voice was layered, as if multiple beings spoke through him simultaneously. "We are in his mind now. We taste his memories. He sought knowledge, and we provide it. He wished to understand suffering his own, that of the clones he commanded, the innocents who died in battles he survived. Such guilt, such delicious guilt." "Get out of him!" Anakin ignited his lightsaber, the blue blade illuminating the medical bay with harsh light. "Release him now!" The thing wearing Kellum's face laughed, a sound like breaking glass and distant screams. "Release!" But he invited us in. He solved the configuration. The contract is binding. His flesh is ours to educate, his mind ours to expand, his soul ours to collect. You cannot negotiate with mathematics, Force user. You cannot bargain with geometry. Kellum's body arched impossibly, his spine bending in ways anatomy shouldn't allow. The marks on his skin began to glow with sickly green luminescence. and the air around him shimmered with heat distortion. "He's opening a gateway," Obi-Wan realized with horror. "They're using his body as an anchor point. If they complete it, they'll have a permanent door into our reality," Vokarra finished. "We need to stop this. Now." "How?" Anakin asked. "How do you stop something the Force can't touch?" Obi-Wan looked at his own wounded wrist, at the marks that burned and whispered and promised terrible understanding. An idea formed, reckless, dangerous, probably suicidal. "They marked me too," he said. "Created a connection. Maybe I can use that connection to reach through to wherever they are, disrupt them, break their concentration." "Master, that's insane," Ahsoka protested. She'd entered behind Obi-Wan, drawn by the commotion. "You'd be opening yourself to whatever they do to their victims." "I'm already open," Obi-Wan said, pulling off his bandages to reveal the geometric scars. "The question is whether I can control the connection or if they control me. But if we don't try, Kellam becomes their doorway, and through him, they could bring their entire realm into ours." "Do it," Mace Windu's voice cut through the debate. The senior council member stood in the medical bay entrance, his expression grave. "Master Kenobi is right. We cannot allow them to establish a permanent gateway. If his connection to these beings can be weaponized, we must try." "And if he's lost in the process?" Anakin challenged. "Then we sever the connection by any means necessary," Mace said bluntly. He looked at Obi-Wan. "This is your choice, Master Kenobi. I will not order you into this darkness." Obi-Wan closed his eyes, centering himself in the Force, or trying to. The marks on his wrist pulled at his attention, whispering promises of knowledge and sensation beyond Jedi philosophy. Part of him wanted to resist, to maintain his discipline and detachment. But a larger part recognized the necessity. Sometimes to fight monsters, you had to walk into their domain. "I'll need a tether," Obi-Wan said, opening his eyes. "Someone to anchor me to this reality while I reach through the connection. If I go too deep, you'll need to pull me back." "I'll do it," Anakin said immediately. "No." Obi-Wan shook his head. "You're too strong, too impulsive. If you sense me in danger, you'll try to follow. I need someone who can maintain distance." He looked at Yoda, who had entered silently. "Master, anchor you, I will," Yoda agreed, his expression sorrowful. "But warn you I must. Where you go, the Force does not reach. Alone you will be beyond my sight. Trust in yourself, you must. And remember, attachment to experience is as dangerous as attachment to people. Let go, you must be willing to do." "I understand." They arranged Obi-Wan on a second examination table beside Kellam. Vokarra attached medical monitors, though both she and Obi-Wan knew they would be useless where he was going. Yoda positioned himself at the head of the table, his small hands resting gently on Obi-Wan's temples. "Ready?" the ancient master asked. "No," Obi-Wan admitted, "but let's proceed anyway." He focused on the marks, on the burning, on the voice that whispered in the back of his mind. Instead of pushing it away as he'd been doing since the apartment, he opened himself to it, invited it closer, let it fill his awareness. The medical bay disappeared. The space between, Obi-Wan found himself standing in a corridor that shouldn't exist. The walls were geometric perfection, black surfaces covered in golden inlays that formed patterns too complex for the mind to fully process. The ceiling was impossibly high, and the floor was impossibly deep, and the space itself was wrong in ways that made his inner ear scream about violated physics. Fascinating, a cultured voice said from behind him. A Jedi willingly entering our realm. This is unprecedented. Obi-Wan turned to face Pinhead. Up close, the Cenobite was somehow more horrifying and more beautiful than in the apartment. The pins in his skull caught non-existent light, creating halos of illumination around each point. His leather garments moved with a life of their own, and his eyes held depths that suggested he'd seen things mortal minds couldn't encompass. "Where am I?" Obi-Wan asked, fighting to keep his voice steady. "You are in the labyrinth," Pinhead replied, his tone almost professorial. "The space between your reality and ours, a corridor maintained by the configuration, existing in multiple dimensions simultaneously. We use it to travel, to observe, to conduct our more elaborate experiments." He stepped closer, and Obi-Wan noticed he cast no shadow. "You entered through the marks we gave you, clever, but also dangerous. Here we are at full strength. Here your force provides no protection." "I didn't come to fight," Obi-Wan said, though his hand instinctively moved toward where his lightsaber should be. It wasn't there. He'd left it in the medical bay with his body. "I came to bargain." "Bargain?" Pinhead's expression was difficult to read, but something that might have been amusement flickered across his scarred features. "How delightfully presumptuous. What could you possibly offer that would interest us?" "The Jedi Knight you're using as a gateway. Kellam, release him." "And why would we do that? He solved the configuration. He invited us in. His flesh, his mind, his suffering. All of it is ours by right of contract. Would you ask a merchant to surrender goods already purchased?" "He didn't know what he was agreeing to," Obi-Wan argued. "Ignorance voids contracts in most civilized legal systems. But we are not civilized," Pinhead said, with something approaching pride. "We are beyond such crude distinctions. Civilized and savage, legal and illegal, moral and immoral. These are limitations we transcended eons ago. We serve only the pursuit of sensation, the exploration of experience, the theology of flesh. Your laws mean nothing to us." "Then what would mean something?" Obi-Wan pressed. "Everyone wants something. Everyone can be negotiated with." Pinhead studied him for a long moment, those ancient eyes seeming to strip away pretense and peer directly into Obi-Wan's soul. "You interest me, Jedi," the Cenobite finally said. "Your philosophy of emotional detachment, your pursuit of serenity through denial of attachment. It's quite similar to what we practice, but in reverse. Where you seek to eliminate sensation, we seek to maximize it. Where you deny desire, we embrace it utterly, yet both paths lead to transcendence of the self." He began walking, and Obi-Wan found himself compelled to follow. "Tell me, what is your greatest fear?" "That's not relevant to—" "Oh, but it is." Pinhead glanced back. "Your fears define you as surely as your virtues. You fear loss, I think. You've lost before, your master, your Padawan to knighthood, countless comrades in this war. You fear becoming attached because attachment creates opportunity for loss. Am I correct?" Obi-Wan said nothing, which was answer enough. "And yet," Pinhead continued, "you've come here risking your very soul to save a Jedi you barely know. Attachment through duty rather than emotion, but attachment nonetheless. How very contradictory." They'd reached a chamber, vast, circular, its walls covered in mechanisms and devices whose purpose Obi-Wan couldn't begin to guess. In the center, suspended by chains identical to those from the apartment, was Kellam. But not Kellam as Obi-Wan knew him. The young Jedi had been altered, opened. His body had become a canvas for geometric perfection. his flesh arranged in patterns that were simultaneously hideous and mesmerizing. Yet his eyes were open, aware, and most disturbing of all, serene. You see, Pinhead gestured to his work. He understands now. The pain has taught him. The suffering has enlightened him. He's experiencing sensations your Jedi philosophy deemed unnecessary or dangerous. But necessary and dangerous are where truth lives, Jedi, between the extremes, in the places you fear to explore. That's not enlightenment, Obi-Wan said, his stomach churning. That's torture. Is it? Pinhead cocked his head. He's not screaming anymore. In fact, his brain activity suggests profound joy. He's transcended the crude dichotomy of pain versus pleasure and reached a state your meditation can only approximate. We've given him what he sought, understanding of suffering. His own, yes, but also that of every being who's ever experienced flesh. He's become a conduit for sensation itself. You've destroyed him. We've remade him. There's a difference. Pinhead approached Kellum, his movements gentle, almost tender. This is what we offer, Jedi. Not destruction, but transformation. Not death, but evolution beyond mortality. Your force connects living things, yes? We connect suffering things. And everything that lives suffers. We are the dark reflection of your philosophy. Perhaps that's why you fear us so deeply. Obi-Wan forced himself to look at Kellum, to truly see what had been done. And beneath the horror, he detected something that made his blood run cold. Kellum was changing. His flesh was becoming less organic, more geometric, more like the Cenobites themselves. You're converting him, Obi-Wan realized, turning him into one of you. Recruitment is part of our sacred duty, Pinhead confirmed. Those who truly understand our gifts may join our order. He's a prime candidate, force-sensitive, philosophically minded, already intimate with suffering from his war experiences. In another few hours, his transformation will complete. He'll become our first Jedi Cenobite. Imagine the possibilities. Your force abilities combined with our sensory mastery. Quite the evolution. I won't let that happen. And how will you stop it? Pinhead's voice carried genuine curiosity. You're in our realm. Your body is far away, maintained only by your master's concentration. If we kill you here, you die there. If we take you here, you're lost there. You have no leverage, Jedi. You came offering negotiation, but brought nothing to trade. Obi-Wan's mind raced. Pinhead was right. He had nothing the Cenobites wanted, nothing except... I'll trade places with him, Obi-Wan said suddenly. Take me instead. I solved your puzzle through the marks you gave me. I'm here willingly. Surely a Jedi Master is worth more to you than a young knight. Pinhead stopped, turning to face Obi-Wan fully. For the first time, the Cenobite's expression showed something approaching surprise. You would sacrifice yourself? Endure transformation. Join our order. Spend eternity exploring sensation in service to Leviathan. All to save one life? Yes. Even knowing that the transformation is irreversible, that you would lose everything that makes you Obi-Wan Kenobi, your memories, your attachments, your very identity would be restructured around the pursuit of experience. Yes? Pinhead studied him for what felt like an eternity. The other Cenobites, who had been observing from the shadows, moved closer, their clicking and whispering creating a chorus of inhuman sound. No, Pinhead finally said. What? I decline your offer. The Cenobite's expression was unreadable. Your sacrifice is impressive, Jedi, noble even, but nobility makes for poor Cenobites. We require seekers, those who come to us through curiosity and desire. not duty and martyrdom. You would resist every moment of your transformation, clinging to your Jedi principles even as we peeled away your flesh. You would be a perpetual struggle, never accepting, never surrendering. Then what do you want? Obi-Wan demanded, frustration breaking through his careful control. I want you to leave, Pinhead said simply. Return to your reality. Take the young knight with you. We release him from our contract. But understand this, we've marked this galaxy now. The configurations have been distributed. More will be solved. More seekers will invite us in. And eventually, someone will come who wants what we offer. Someone who will embrace transformation rather than resist it. When that happens, our gateway will become permanent. Why are you letting us go? Because, Pinhead said, his voice carrying something almost like respect. You faced us willingly, entered our domain without weapons or advantages, and offered yourself for another. That is rare, perhaps unique, and rare things deserve acknowledgement. He gestured and Kellam's chains began retracting. Consider this a gift, Jedi, a demonstration that even beings beyond your moral framework can appreciate courage. But do not mistake appreciation for mercy. Next time we meet, the circumstances will be different. The chamber began to dissolve, reality unraveling like a tapestry pulled apart thread by thread. One warning before you leave, Pinhead said, his voice following Obi-Wan through the collapsing space. Your friend, the one burning with potential, the one destiny has marked. We feel him from here, his fear of loss, his forbidden attachments, his anger barely contained beneath discipline. He will be magnificent when he breaks. Tell him we await his call with great anticipation. Anakin. He was talking about Anakin. Stay away from him, Obi-Wan managed before the darkness took him. We don't need to approach him, Jedi. He will come to us. Jedi Temple Medical Bay. Obi-Wan's eyes snapped open, his body arching as consciousness returned with the force of a collision. Monitors screamed, hands pushed him down, voices called his name. Back! He's back! Vitals stabilizing. Kenobi, can you hear me? Master Kenobi. Get him sedated before he... No! Obi-Wan grabbed the nearest person, Anakin, with desperate strength. Kellam, where's Kellam? He's here, Anakin assured him, his expression a mix of relief and concern. Right here, Master. He woke up 5 seconds before you did. He's... Obi-Wan turned his head to see Kellam on the adjacent table, surrounded by healers. The young knight was conscious, coherent, and most importantly, unmarked. His skin showed no trace of the geometric patterns, no evidence of the chains or the transformation. I saw things, Kellam was saying, his voice hoarse but steady. Terrible things, beautiful things. I can't describe them, but I'm back. I'm really back. Tears streamed down his face. Master Kenobi brought me back. Yoda released his connection to Obi-Wan's temples, his small forms trembling with exhaustion. Brave you were, foolish also, but brave. Gone you were, into a place where feel you I could not. Alone you were, yet returned. Both of you did. They let us go, Obi-Wan said, struggling to sit up despite the healer's protests. The lead Cenobite, Pinhead, I think is his designation. He released Kellam and sent us back. Why? Mace demanded. Beings like that don't release prey out of kindness. No, Obi-Wan agreed. He did it as a demonstration, a proof that they can afford to be magnanimous because they're confident in their eventual victory. They've seeded this galaxy with their puzzle boxes. They're waiting for willing converts, not forced transformations. Then we destroy every box we find, Anakin said. Burn them, crush them, space them, whatever it takes. It won't matter, Obi-Wan said quietly. The boxes are just tools. The real danger is desperation. People seeking answers, seeking escapes from suffering, seeking anything that promises meaning in the midst of this war. The Cenobites are offering something we can't compete with. Absolute certainty, even if that certainty comes wrapped in horror. He looked at Anakin, remembering Pinhead's final words about the one burning with potential. Anakin, I need to speak with you privately. Master, you need rest. Now, Anakin. The tone in Obi-Wan's voice silenced all protests. Once they were alone in an adjacent meditation chamber, Obi-Wan relayed Pinhead's warning, carefully, gently, but completely. Anakin's face went pale, then flushed with anger. He's targeting me. Why? Because you're vulnerable in ways other Jedi aren't, Obi-Wan said honestly. Your fear of loss, your attachments, Padme, Ahsoka, me, your mother's memory. You feel things deeply, Anakin. That's your strength. But it's also what makes you attractive to beings who feed on sensation and emotion. I'm not going to solve some cursed puzzle box, Anakin said defensively. Not deliberately, no. But what if you found one and thought it could save someone you love? What if you believed it held answers to preventing the visions that plague you? Obi-Wan placed a hand on his former Padawan's shoulder. The Cenobites don't need to force you. They just need to present the right circumstances, the right desperation. And in this war, desperation is plentiful. Anakin was quiet for a long moment. What did they offer you? When you were in their realm? Understanding, knowledge beyond the Force, sensation beyond philosophy. Obi-Wan looked at his wrist, at the marks that had faded but still burned in his memory. Part of me was tempted, Anakin. That's what frightens me most. Part of me wanted to know what they were offering, even as the rest of me recoiled in horror. They're very good at finding the cracks in our certainty. Then what do? We remain vigilant. We support each other, and we accept that some threats can't be fought with lightsabers or force powers. Obi-Wan managed a tired smile. We're Jedi, Anakin. We face darkness by being light, even when that darkness exists outside the Force's awareness. A soft chime interrupted them. Mace Windu's summons. The council was convening an emergency session. As they walked through the temple corridors, Obi-Wan couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. The Cenobites had entered the galaxy and they weren't leaving. They would wait, patient as geometry, for the desperate and the seeking to invite them in. And in a galaxy tearing itself apart through war, how long until someone decided that even hell's embrace was preferable to one more day of senseless suffering? The hologram flickered in the darkened briefing room. Grainy footage recovered from a Republic listening post in the Outer Rim. Count Dooku's aristocratic features filled the display, his expression unusually troubled. This message is directed to the Jedi Council. Dooku's recorded voice echoed through the chamber. Despite our philosophical differences, there are matters that transcend our current conflict, matters that threaten both Republic and Separatist alike. Mace Windu leaned forward in his seat. This was transmitted 3 hours ago from Dooku's flagship. It's not a trick. We verified the encryption and origin point. On the hologram, Dooku continued. My agents have recovered reports from 12 different systems, Republic and Separatist territories both, soldiers, civilians. Even some of my own officers have disappeared under circumstances that defy rational explanation. locked rooms, impossible wounds, and in each case a small puzzle box found nearby. Several council members exchanged glances. The Cenobite threat was spreading faster than anticipated. "I'm transmitting all data we've collected," Dooku said. "I do this not out of charity, but necessity. Whatever these beings are, they do not discriminate between our factions. They take whom they please, and we have found no effective defense. I propose a temporary cessation of hostilities in affected sectors while we investigate this phenomenon jointly. The war can resume once we understand what we're facing." Dooku out. The hologram died. "A trap," Anakin said immediately. "It has to be. Dooku doesn't do anything without ulterior motives." "Perhaps," Yoda acknowledged, "but truthful his concern seemed. Felt it through the Force, I did. Fear, genuine fear, rare, that is, from one so steeped in the dark side." "What data did he send?" Obi-Wan asked. Mace activated another display. Files scrolled past. Incident reports, medical examinations, tactical analyses. 17 separate disappearances across Separatist space in the past week. The victims include 3 of General Grievous's Magna Guards, 2 Neimoidian officials, and a Kaminoan cloning specialist. The pattern matches what we've seen on Coruscant. "Wait," Ahsoka said, studying the list. "A Kaminoan on Kamino?" "No, the specialist was visiting a Separatist research facility on Foerost, apparently investigating methods to enhance battle droid neural networks." Mace pulled up an image, a Kaminoan dissection table covered in geometric patterns carved into the metal itself. "This is what the Separatists found. The specialist's body was never recovered, but these marks were left behind." Obi-Wan felt his wrist burn. The patterns on the table matched the scars Pinhead's chains had left on him. "They're claiming territory," he realized, marking locations they visited. This isn't just random collection, they're mapping the galaxy. "To what end?" Ki-Adi-Mundi asked. "I don't know, but Pinhead, the lead Cenobite, said they found this galaxy fascinating. Said something about our capacity for suffering being delicious." "Wonderful word choice," Anakin muttered. "We should accept Dooku's proposal," Master Shakti said. The Togruta Jedi's expression was thoughtful. "Not because we trust him, but because we need his intelligence. The Separatists control half the galaxy. If the Cenobites are active in their space, we need to know where and how." "Agree, I do," Yoda said. "Arrange a meeting, we should. Neutral territory, representatives from both sides. Share information, establish protocols. The enemy of our enemy is still our enemy," Mace finished, "but one we can work with temporarily. I'll contact Dooku's people, set up the meeting for where? Nowhere near Coruscant or Separatist core worlds." "Mandalore," Obi-Wan suggested. "Neutral system, and Duchess Satine has facilities that could accommodate both parties securely." Anakin shot him a look that suggested he knew exactly why Obi-Wan had suggested Mandalore, but said nothing. "Very well," Mace decided. "Master Kenobi, you'll lead our delegation. Take Skywalker and Tano, Commander Cody, and a security detail. I want you there and back within 48 hours. "What about the Council?" Obi-Wan asked. "You're not coming. We'll be coordinating the search for puzzle boxes across Republic space. Jocasta Nu believes she's found references in the archives that might explain how to neutralize them. We need to pursue every angle." Mace's expression was grim. "Master Kenobi, I want to be clear. This meeting is about information exchange only. Do not, under any circumstances, agree to joint operations with Dooku. We share data, establish communication protocols, then we leave. Understood? Understood. 48 hours later, Mandalore Sundari Palace. The meeting room was austere by design. No decorations, no windows, just a circular table and chairs. Duchess Satine had personally arranged the space, insisting on complete neutrality down to the furniture design. Obi-Wan arrived first, accompanied by Anakin, Ahsoka, and Cody. They'd barely settled when the opposite doors opened and Count Dooku entered, flanked by 2 Magna Guards and a protocol droid. "Master Kenobi," Dooku said with careful civility, "it's been some time." "Count Dooku," Obi-Wan gestured to the seats. "Shall we dispense with pleasantries and address the crisis? Straight to business, how very Jedi of you." Dooku sat, his movements elegant despite his age. Up close, he looked tired, more so than Obi-Wan remembered. "I assume you've reviewed the data I transmitted?" "We have. 17 disappearances, all following the pattern we've observed in Republic space." "Tell me, have your people attempted to open any of the puzzle boxes?" "3 times, Dooku admitted. "The first 2 attempts resulted in incomplete solutions. The subjects couldn't finish the sequence. They reported terrible nightmares for weeks afterward, but were otherwise unharmed. The 3rd attempt," he pulled out a datapad calling up footage, "was successful, if you can call it that." The video showed a moon, tall, thin, clearly intelligent based on his banking clan uniform. He sat in a secure observation chamber, the puzzle box before him. For 27 minutes, he manipulated the device with increasing excitement. Then, at minute 28, the box opened. The change was immediate. The moon's expression went from triumph to ecstasy to horror in rapid succession. Chains erupted from nothing, literally appearing in empty air and wrapped around him with surgical precision. Then he vanished, not killed, not destroyed. He simply ceased to exist in the frame, pulled into a space the cameras couldn't capture. "Where did he go?" Ahsoka asked, her voice hushed. "We don't know," Dooku said, but 7 hours later this appeared in the same chamber. He advanced the footage. The puzzle box sat exactly where it had been, but now something else occupied the room, a structure made of what looked like flesh and metal fused together. It pulsed rhythmically, and its surface was covered in those geometric patterns. "We tried to destroy it," Dooku continued. "Blaster fire passed through it without effect. Thermal detonators left it untouched. We even attempted to space the entire chamber. It remained perfectly intact while everything around it was destroyed. Eventually, we simply sealed the facility and abandoned it." "They're building something," Obi-Wan said quietly, "using the victims as raw materials. But building what?" "That's what I hoped you could tell me," Dooku replied. "Your Jedi archives are extensive. Surely you found references to these entities." "Limited references," Obi-Wan admitted. "An ancient Sith Lord named Riven encountered something similar. He called them Cenobites, demons from a realm beyond the Force's reach. But his writings are incomplete, mostly warnings about dimensional travel and forbidden knowledge." "Demons from beyond the Force?" Dooku's expression was skeptical. "I may have embraced the dark side, Master Kenobi, but I'm not prone to superstition. These beings are powerful, certainly, but they must have some physical origin, some weakness we can exploit." "I've met their leader," Obi-Wan said. "Face to face, I entered their realm through a connection they established." He showed Dooku his wrist, where faint scars still remained. Count Dooku, these aren't beings that can be defeated through conventional warfare. They exist outside our physical laws. They don't age, don't truly die, and they perceive reality in ways we can't comprehend. Fighting them would be like fighting mathematics itself. Dooku studied the scars with clear fascination. You entered their realm and returned? How? They let me go, as a demonstration of their confidence. They're not concerned about our military might or our force abilities. They're simply waiting for more people to invite them in. Then we destroy the boxes, Dooku said. Every single one. Eliminate the invitation mechanism. We've tried, Cody interjected. The boxes are indestructible by conventional means. Some kind of dimensional anchoring that makes them impervious to damage. And even if we could destroy them, more appear. They're being generated somehow, drawn to the desperate and the seeking. Anakin, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. You said they're building something. What if it's not just structures? What if they're building an army? Everyone turned to look at him. Think about it, Anakin continued. They take victims, transform them, and send some of them back changed. That Jedi Knight, Kellum, he would have become one of them if Master Kenobi hadn't intervened. What if that's their endgame? Convert enough people, build enough gateways until they have a permanent presence in our galaxy. A disturbing possibility, Dooku admitted, though it raises questions. Why come here at all? What does our galaxy offer that their own dimension lacks? Subjects, Obi-Wan said. The word tasted bitter. We're at war. Billions are suffering, desperate for relief or meaning or escape. The Cenobites feed on sensation and suffering. We've created ideal conditions for them. The room fell silent as that realization settled over everyone. Then we need to end the war, Ahsoka said suddenly. Everyone looked at her. I know how that sounds, but think about it. The Cenobites are drawn to desperation. The war creates desperation. If we remove the war, we remove their food source. Impossible, Dooku said flatly. The separatist movement has legitimate grievances against the Republic. We cannot simply lay down arms and pretend. I'm not suggesting surrender, Ahsoka interrupted. I'm suggesting we stop killing each other long enough to deal with a threat that wants to kill all of us. You said it yourself. They don't discriminate between factions. The Padawan makes a valid point. Dooku conceded reluctantly. But negotiating peace would take months. Years, perhaps. We don't have that kind of time. Then we start smaller, Obi-Wan said. Localized ceasefires in systems where Cenobite activity is detected. Joint task forces to investigate and contain these incidents. Share intelligence in real time. It won't end the war, but it might slow the Cenobites' advance. Dooku was silent for a long moment, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. You understand that agreeing to this means I'm betraying certain allies. Those who profit from the war's continuation will not be pleased by cooperation with the Jedi. You mean Sidious, Anakin said bluntly. Dooku's expression didn't change, which was confirmation enough. My master prefers the galaxy locked in conflict. It serves his purposes, but even he must recognize that no purpose is served. If these Cenobites convert or consume, everyone capable of following orders. Will he interfere? Obi-Wan asked. Undoubtedly, but subtly. He can't openly oppose measures against an external threat without revealing his own agenda. Dooku pulled out a communication device. I'll authorize my forces to cooperate in affected sectors. But Master Kenobi, understand, this changes nothing between our governments. When the Cenobite threat is neutralized, the war resumes. Agreed, but at least we'll have shown that cooperation is possible. They spent the next 2 hours establishing protocols, secure communication channels, joint investigation procedures, intelligence sharing mechanisms. It was tedious work, complicated by decades of mutual distrust, but slowly a framework emerged. Then Dooku's communicator chimed. He read the message, and his face went pale. "We need to adjourn immediately," he said, standing abruptly. "There's been an incident, multiple incidents, across 17 systems simultaneously." "What kind of incidents?" Cody demanded. "Mass disappearances, entire military installations, Republic and Separatist both. Thousands of soldiers just gone. And in their place." Dooku turned his datapad so everyone could see. The image showed structures identical to what they'd seen in Dooku's footage, but these were larger, more elaborate, and they were everywhere, appearing in the center of military bases, civilian centers, even aboard starships. "They're accelerating," Obi-Wan said, his stomach sinking. "Pinhead said they were patient, but this is invasion," Anakin finished. Ahsoka pulled up a galactic map marking the affected systems. They formed a pattern, a rough circle expanding outward from the galactic core. "They're not random. Look at the spread. They're creating a perimeter." "Containing what?" Dooku asked. "Or containing us," Cody suggested grimly, "keeping us bottled up while they establish themselves." Obi-Wan's wrist suddenly erupted in burning pain, far worse than before. He gasped, clutching at the scars. And through the agony came that familiar, cultured voice. "Did you think our patience was weakness, Jedi? We gave you time to understand, time to prepare, time to despair. Now, the education of your galaxy begins in earnest. We have found willing converts among your desperate masses. We have established gateways in locations you cannot reach. And soon, very soon, we will open the doors wide enough for Leviathan itself to gaze upon your suffering." "Master!" Anakin grabbed Obi-Wan as he stumbled. "What's happening?" "He's here," Obi-Wan managed through gritted teeth. "Pinhead. He's broadcasting through the marks. He's talking to everyone he's touched." "Saying what?" Dooku demanded. But Obi-Wan couldn't answer. The pain had become white noise, drowning out everything else. Through the haze, he felt Pinhead's presence, not just in his mind, but somewhere in this very system. Close. Too close. "We're on Mandalore, Jedi, in the lower city where the desperate gather. We've established our presence in the place you thought safe. Come, if you dare. Come see what your negotiated peace has accomplished. We have such sights to show you." The connection severed and Obi-Wan collapsed to his knees, breathing hard. "The lower city," he gasped out. "They're here, on Mandalore. They're inviting us to find them." "It's a trap," Cody said immediately. "Of course it's a trap," Anakin agreed. "But we can't ignore it. If they're really established here, then Mandalore's neutrality is compromised," Dooku finished, "and Duchess Satine's people are at risk. We need to investigate." "We?" Anakin looked at him suspiciously. "Since when do you care about Mandalorian civilians?" "Since these Cenobites became everyone's problem," Dooku replied. "I have as much to lose as you do, Skywalker. Perhaps more. I've spent years cultivating power, and these beings render power meaningless. That makes them my enemy as much as yours." Obi-Wan stood shakily, supported by Ahsoka. His wrist still burned, but the pain was manageable now. "If we're doing this, we need rules. No attacking each other. No taking advantage of the situation for tactical gain. We go in, we investigate, we leave together." "Agreed." Dooku extended his hand. Agreed, though I suspect the Cenobites will make following those rules quite difficult. Obi-Wan shook it, feeling the wrongness of the gesture. A Jedi Master and a Sith Lord, allies by necessity rather than choice. But these were unprecedented times. They required unprecedented alliances. Mandalore Lower City, 2 hours later. The lower levels of Sundari were nothing like the pristine towers above. Here, in the industrial sectors beneath the gleaming domes, Mandalore's poor and desperate scratched out livings in conditions that would have violated Republic labor laws. The war had hit these levels hardest. Refugees from fallen worlds, workers laid off from military contractors, veterans too damaged to fight but too stubborn to die. Perfect hunting grounds for the Cenobites. "This way," Obi-Wan said, following the burning in his wrist like a compass. "They're pulling me toward something, a central location." "Or a killing ground," Cody muttered, his blaster rifle scanning every shadow. Their combined party, Jedi, clones, Dooku, and Magna Guards, moved through narrow corridors that smelled of oil and desperation. The few civilians they passed fled at the sight of them, clearly wanting no part of whatever official business was happening. Then they found the first body. It was a Mandalorian worker, his armor removed, his body opened and arranged in geometric patterns across an entire wall. But unlike previous victims, he was still alive. Barely. His eyes tracked their movement, and when his lips moved, that layered voice emerged. "Welcome, Seekers. You've answered our invitation. How delightfully predictable." "Where is Pinhead?" Obi-Wan demanded. "Where all roads lead, to the center, to the cathedral, to the place where flesh becomes architecture and suffering becomes salvation." The body went limp, finally dying, but the voice continued from ahead, echoing through corridors that seemed to shift and change as they walked. "Do you know what we found most fascinating about your galaxy? Not the Force. We've encountered similar phenomena in other realities. Not the technology, crude by our standards. No, what captivates us is your capacity for self-deception. You wage war, claiming moral superiority. You kill, claiming necessity. You suffer, claiming meaning. Such beautiful lies. We offer something more honest, suffering without pretense, pain without justification, experience in its purest form." They emerged into a vast chamber. What had been a factory floor converted into something else, something wrong. The walls were covered in those flesh structures pulsing and breathing. The floor had been torn up and replaced with organic material that moved beneath their feet. And suspended from the ceiling by thousands of chains were bodies, hundreds of them, all still alive, all arranged in geometric perfection. At the center stood Pinhead, flanked by his fellow Cenobites. Around them, nearly a dozen new figures stood, beings that had once been human or alien but were now something else. Recent converts, their transformations still fresh, their bodies bearing the marks of the Cenobites' craft. "You came," Pinhead said, his voice carrying genuine pleasure. "All of you, Jedi and Sith working together, how delightfully unprecedented. Tell me, does cooperation taste like desperation? Does it burn with the knowledge that your philosophies are insufficient for this challenge?" Dooku ignited his lightsaber, the curved red blade illuminating his face. "Whoever you are, whatever you are, you've made a grave mistake establishing yourself here. Mandalore is neutral territory. You violated—" "Treaties?" Pinhead interrupted, amused. "Laws. We exist beyond such constructs. We are the inevitable consequence of existence itself. Where there is flesh, there is sensation. Where there is sensation, there is our domain. You cannot legislate us away, Sith." "Perhaps not," Dooku replied, "but we can remove you by force." "Can you?" Pinhead gestured and the new Cenobites moved forward. These were desperate people, refugees, veterans, the broken and the seeking. They came to us willingly, solved our configurations, and accepted transformation. They are citizens of your precious systems, and now they serve us. Will you kill them to reach us? Will you murder the very people you claim to protect? Obi-Wan felt sick. Because Pinhead was right, these weren't demons or droids. These were people, transformed, yes, but still fundamentally alive, still technically under the protection of both Republic and Separatist law. "You can't hide behind them forever," Anakin said, his lightsaber igniting. "We'll find a way." "Of course you will. You're warriors. It's what you do." Pinhead's smile was terrible. "But ask yourself, at what cost? How many will you kill to stop us? How many innocents will you sacrifice in your righteous crusade? And at what point does your war against us become the very desperation that feeds us?" "He's right," Ahsoka said quietly. Everyone turned to look at her. "If we fight, people die. If people die in desperation and horror, more become vulnerable to the Cenobites. We can't win by fighting." "Then how do we win?" Cody demanded. "We don't," Obi-Wan said, understanding suddenly. "Not through victory. Pinhead doesn't want us to fight. He doesn't want us to flee. He wants us to despair, to realize we're facing something we can't defeat through conventional means. That despair is what feeds them." "Very good, Jedi," Pinhead said approvingly. "You're beginning to understand. We are not invaders to be repelled. We are not conquerors to be resisted. We are inevitability made manifest. We are the dark truth your philosophies ignore, that suffering is fundamental, that pain is enlightenment, that flesh is merely a canvas for experience." "Then what do you want?" Obi-Wan asked. "You didn't invite us here just to philosophize." "No," Pinhead agreed. "I invited you here to offer a choice, a genuine choice, not the false dilemma you've been operating under." He spread his arms, gesturing to the chamber around them. "We can continue as we have, taking the desperate, building our presence, slowly converting your galaxy into an extension of Leviathan's realm. Or," he paused significantly, "we can negotiate." "Negotiate what?" Dooku asked suspiciously. "A harvest schedule," Pinhead said simply. "We require subjects for transformation. We require suffering to study and refine. But we don't require universal conversion. Give us a designated number of willing volunteers, individuals who genuinely seek what we offer, and we will limit our expansion. A quota system, if you will. Civilized, controlled." The chamber fell silent. "You want us to feed you people?" Anakin's voice was low, dangerous. "To select victims for you." "Not victims," Pinhead corrected. "Volunteers, those who have solved configurations, who have invited us in through their own actions. We merely ask that you formalize the process rather than opposing it." "That's monstrous," Ahsoka said. "Is it?" Pinhead's expression was genuinely curious. "Your Republic sends soldiers to die in pointless battles. Your Separatists sacrifice civilians for strategic gains. Both of you accept casualties as necessary costs. How is what we propose different, except in honesty? We tell you exactly what will happen to those who come to us. Can your governments say the same?" Obi-Wan felt his mind reeling, because on some twisted level, Pinhead had a point. The war had normalized suffering, made death and trauma acceptable collateral. What the Cenobite was proposing was just more of the same, except explicit rather than hidden. "No," Obi-Wan said firmly, "we won't do it. We won't become complicit in your collection." "Then we continue our expansion," Pinhead said without anger, "and the desperate will continue seeking us out, and your galaxy will slowly transform into something more honest about what it is. A place of suffering, finally acknowledging the truth you've been avoiding." "There has to be another way," Obi-Wan insisted. "Some solution that doesn't involve feeding you victims or accepting your presence." "If you find it," Pinhead said, "I will be genuinely impressed. But until then..." He gestured, and the chains throughout the chamber began to move, lifting the suspended bodies, repositioning them into new patterns. "I suggest you contemplate which is worse, cooperating with monsters or becoming them through your opposition. Either way, we benefit. That is the beauty of our position, Jedi. We cannot lose." The chamber began to shift, walls folding into impossible geometries, floor becoming ceiling, space becoming compressed. "You should leave now," Pinhead advised, "before the geometry completes and you find yourselves unable to. Consider what I have offered. Discuss it with your leaders, and when you're ready to acknowledge reality..." He smiled that terrible smile. "We'll be waiting." They fled, Jedi and Sith alike, running through corridors that seemed to actively resist their passage. Behind them, they could hear Pinhead's laughter echoing through spaces that shouldn't exist. They emerged into Mandalore's lower city, gasping, disoriented, horrified. And behind them, the entrance they'd used sealed itself, leaving only blank wall, as if the cathedral of flesh and geometry had never existed at all. The emergency session of the Jedi Council convened within an hour of Obi-Wan's return to Coruscant. Via hologram, senators from key Republic systems attended, and most surprisingly, Count Dooku's projection stood among them. Unprecedented, but these were unprecedented times. "Let me make sure I understand correctly," Senator Bail Organa said, his voice tight with controlled horror. "These Cenobites have offered us a deal. We provide them willing subjects, people who've already solved their puzzle boxes, and in exchange, they limit their expansion. Is that accurate?" "That's the offer," Obi-Wan confirmed. He stood in the center of the circular chamber, feeling the weight of every gaze. Pinhead was quite specific. They want formalization, not expansion. A controlled harvest rather than indiscriminate collection. "It's obscene," Senator Amidala said, her face pale. "We can't possibly consider..." "Can't we?" Another senator, Orn Free Ta from Ryloth, interrupted. "I understand the moral revulsion, but let's be practical. These beings are taking people regardless of our wishes. At least this way, we'd have some control. Some say in the process." "You're suggesting we become their suppliers?" Bail's voice rose. "That we assist in delivering our own citizens to torture and transformation." "I'm suggesting we acknowledge reality," Orn Free Ta countered. "The Cenobites are here. They're powerful. They can't be fought conventionally. If cooperation limits the damage..." "Limits?" Padme stood, her voice cutting through the debate. "Senator, they're not asking us to limit damage. They're asking us to participate in it, to become accomplices. That's a line we cannot cross." "The senator from Naboo is correct," Dooku's hologram interjected. Everyone turned to look at him in surprise. "I may have embraced the dark side, but even I recognize the difference between necessary evil and collaboration with abomination. If we accept Pinhead's offer, we legitimize their presence. We tell the galaxy that suffering and transformation are acceptable costs for temporary stability. Strong words from someone who started a war, Senator Ta muttered. Which is precisely why you should heed them, Dooku replied coldly. I know what it means to rationalize atrocity, to convince yourself that terrible actions serve a greater good. This offer from the Cenobites is that rationalization weaponized. Once you begin selecting victims, even willing ones, where does it stop? How long before quotas increase, before willing becomes coerced? Yoda's ears drooped. Wise Count Dooku's words are disturbing that I agree with him, but truth, he speaks. Accept this offer, we cannot. Yet ignore the problem, we also cannot. Solutions, we need. Ideas, we find a way to destroy them, Anakin said from his position near Obi-Wan. They claim to be beyond physical laws, but everything has a weakness. We just haven't found it yet. Master Kenobi entered their realm, Mace Windu observed. He experienced their domain firsthand. Obi-Wan, your assessment. Can they be destroyed? Obi-Wan thought back to the labyrinth, to Pinhead's confidence, to the sense of encountering something fundamentally other. Not destroyed, no, but possibly banished. The puzzle boxes serve as gateways. If we could seal those gateways permanently, prevent new ones from appearing, we might strand the Cenobites who've already entered without allowing reinforcements. How? Commander Cody asked. We've tried destroying the boxes. They're indestructible. Perhaps we're approaching it wrong, Ahsoka suggested. She'd been quiet until now, her montrals twitching with deep thought. The boxes aren't technological devices, they're dimensional anchors. What if we don't destroy them, but redirect them, change where they connect to? Explain, young Tano, Yoda urged. The Cenobites come from their realm through these gateways. But what if we could hijack the connection, make the boxes open to somewhere else, somewhere harmless, or nowhere at all? It's like changing a door's destination rather than destroying the door. Theoretically sound, Dooku admitted, but it would require understanding dimensional mechanics far beyond our current knowledge. The Force allows us to perceive other dimensions, but not manipulate their fundamental connections. What about the archives? Jocasta Nu's hologram appeared. The head archivist looked exhausted, as if she hadn't slept in days. Masters, I've been researching continuously since we identified the Cenobite threat. There are references, scattered, fragmented, but present, to ancient techniques for sealing dimensional breaches. The Jedi of old dealt with similar threats, entities from beyond normal space attempting to enter our reality. Show us, Mace commanded. Jocasta pulled up holographic texts, ancient, some predating the Republic itself. Here. The ritual of severance, developed approximately 15,000 years ago during the Sith Wars. It was used to close portals that Sith alchemists had opened to extra-dimensional spaces. The technique requires multiple Force users working in concert, channeling their collective will to reinforce reality's barriers. Could it work on the puzzle boxes? Obi-Wan asked. In theory, but there are complications. Jocasta highlighted sections of the text. The ritual requires physical contact with the gateway. It demands sustained concentration from at least 7 Jedi Masters for several hours. And most critically, it only works on portals that haven't been fully established. Once an entity has completely crossed through and anchored itself in our reality, the ritual becomes ineffective. How anchored are the Cenobites? Senator Organa asked. Unknown, Obi-Wan admitted. They move between dimensions easily, but Pinhead and his core group seem firmly established. The newer converts, the transformed victims, they might be less anchored. Then we have a strategy, Mace said, his voice carrying command authority. We use this ritual on every puzzle box we can find before anyone solves them. We prevent new gateways from opening. As for the Cenobites already here, we contain them, Dooku finished. Identify their locations, establish quarantine zones, prevent them from spreading to new systems. It won't destroy them, but it will limit their influence. A siege, Cody said, understanding. We're besieging interdimensional demons. Essentially, yes, Mace agreed. Master knew. How many Jedi would you need to begin performing these rituals? I'd need to train teams, teach them the technique. We're talking about dozens of groups working simultaneously across the galaxy. And masters. Her expression grew troubled. The ritual has risks. It requires the Jedi to touch the dimensional barrier directly. Some of the historical accounts mention practitioners being pulled through, lost to whatever existed on the other side. Volunteers only, Yoda decided. Force no one, we will, but ask, we must. Too important, this task is. I'll volunteer, Obi-Wan said immediately. As will I, Anakin added. Count me in too, Ahsoka said firmly. Within minutes, dozens of Jedi across the galaxy had volunteered via hologram. Even some of the younger knights, those who'd grown up during the Clone Wars, stepped forward despite the obvious danger. There's another issue, Count Dooku said, drawing attention back to himself. My intelligence networks have identified 17 systems where Cenobite presence is confirmed and growing. If we're going to contain them, we need military forces, significant ones. And given that half these systems are in separatist space, you're proposing a joint operation, Bail Organa said slowly. Republic and separatist forces working together to establish quarantine zones? Unless you'd prefer the Cenobites continue expanding unchecked, Dooku replied. My master won't be pleased with this cooperation, but even Sidious must recognize that no one rules over demons. We can resume our war after we've dealt with this threat. Sidious, Senator Ta said carefully, picking up on the name. You speak of your master quite openly, Count. Are we to understand that I serve a Sith Lord who manipulates both sides of this conflict? Dooku smiled without humor. Yes, Senator, I've grown tired of pretending otherwise. My master wishes this war to continue indefinitely, to accumulate power through chaos. But the Cenobites threaten that chaos with something worse. For once, my master and I disagree on priorities. The chamber erupted in shouted questions, accusations, demands, but Mace Windu's voice cut through the chaos. This changes nothing about the current situation, whether Dooku serves Sidious or not, whether this mysterious Sith Lord exists or not. We have an immediate crisis that requires immediate response. We'll address the political implications later. For now, he looked at each council member, each senator, even at Dooku's hologram. We established the quarantine zones, we performed the rituals, we stopped the Cenobites' expansion, agreed. Slowly, reluctantly, agreement formed. Not unity, there was too much distrust, too much history for that, but common purpose. Then let's begin, Yoda said. Master Kenobi, Master Skywalker, Padawan Tano, travel to the Bespin system. Reports of puzzle boxes appearing there we've received. First test of the ritual this will be. Succeed you must. We will, Master, Obi-Wan promised. As the council session broke up, and people began coordinating logistics. Obi-Wan felt his wrist burn again. Not painfully this time, but persistently. A reminder that Pinhead could reach him whenever he wished. And sure enough, that cultured voice whispered in his mind, "How industrious you all are, planning rituals, establishing quarantines, forging desperate alliances. It's quite entertaining to observe. But tell me, Jedi, do you truly think you can contain us? We who exist beyond space, beyond time, beyond your force itself. You're attempting to cage mathematics, to imprison geometry, admirable in its futility." "We'll find a way," Obi-Wan thought back, not sure if Pinhead could hear. "Perhaps you will. Or perhaps in trying, you'll discover something far more interesting. That the only real escape from suffering is through it, not around it. We'll be watching your efforts with great interest. And when they fail, as they inevitably will, we'll be here to offer comfort through experience." The connection faded, leaving Obi-Wan alone with his doubts. Bespin System, Cloud City, 36 hours later. Cloud City floated in the upper atmosphere of the gas giant like a jewel in clouds. Under normal circumstances, it was a mining colony, a tourist destination, a symbol of industrial elegance. Today, it was a disaster zone. "How many?" Obi-Wan asked Baron Administrator Lando Calrissian as their shuttle approached the city. 7 confirmed puzzle boxes, Lando reported, his usual charm strained by obvious stress. "We found them in worker dormitories, visitor hotels, even one in my own administrative offices. People have been drawn to them. We've had 3 disappearances so far, and the survivors who touch the boxes are reporting nightmares, auditory hallucinations, phantom sensations." "Where are the boxes now?" Anakin asked. "Secured in a processing facility on level 32. We've cleared the area, established a perimeter, but Master Jedi..." Lando's expression was genuinely frightened. "They're changing. The boxes, they pulse, they hum. Sometimes they move on their own, trying to get closer to people. It's like they're alive." "They might be," Ahsoka said. "Or they're responding to nearby consciousness, like predators sensing prey." The shuttle docked, and they made their way through Cloud City's elegant corridors. But the elegance was marred now. Security checkpoints everywhere, panicked citizens being questioned, emergency lights flashing. The war had come to Bespin, but not in the way anyone expected. Level 32 was a converted processing center, its windows sealed, its air recycled through filters Lando had installed. In the center of the space, behind layers of magnetic containment fields, sat 7 puzzle boxes. They were different from the one Obi-Wan had seen in the apartment. These were larger, more elaborate, their geometric patterns more complex, and Lando was right. They pulsed, a rhythmic throb that felt organic despite their metallic composition. "They're responding to us," Obi-Wan realized. "To our force presence. They sense we're here." "Is that bad?" Lando asked. "Depends on whether they view us as threats or opportunities," Anakin replied. He ignited his lightsaber, the blue blade illuminating the dim facility. "Let's find out." "Wait," Ahsoka said. "We need to prepare. Master Nu's instructions were explicit. We establish a circle, link our minds through the Force, then reach out to touch the dimensional barrier the boxes create. No improvisation, no aggressive action." "She's right," Obi-Wan agreed. "We do this by the ritual, not by force." They positioned themselves in a triangle around the closest box, each standing at equal distance. Obi-Wan felt the Force flowing between them, Anakin's raw power, Ahsoka's focused discipline, his own measured control. Together, they formed a circuit. "Remember," Obi-Wan said quietly, "we're not trying to destroy the box. We're trying to seal the doorway it represents. Find the dimensional weakness and reinforce reality around it, like cauterizing a wound." "Charming image," Anakin muttered. They reached out simultaneously. The world lurched. Suddenly, Obi-Wan could see beyond normal space. The facility remained visible but overlaid with other dimensions, layers of reality stacked like sheets of transparent steel. And threading through those layers were connections, pathways, routes between universes. The puzzle box wasn't just an object. It was a knot where multiple realities intersected, held together by mathematics and will and something else, something hungry. "I see it," Ahsoka whispered. "The gateway. It's beautiful. Terrible, but beautiful." She was right. The dimensional pathway was geometric perfection, elegant in ways that normal physics couldn't replicate. And down that pathway, impossibly distant yet intimately close, Obi-Wan could sense them. The Cenobites, watching, waiting. "You attempt the ritual of severance," Pinhead's voice echoed through dimensions. "How nostalgic. We encountered this technique 12,000 years ago in a reality much like yours. It failed then, too." "Ignore him," Obi-Wan commanded. "Focus on the connection. Find where our reality ends and theirs begins. That's the point of severance." They pushed deeper, their collective will manifesting as light in this dimensional space. The pathway resisted, not aggressively, but simply through existing. It was there. It had always been there. It would always be there. That's what the geometry suggested. But geometry could be rewritten. Anakin found it first, a point where the dimensional fabric was thinner, where their reality and the Cenobites' realm pressed against each other with minimal separation. "Here, I've got it." "Careful," Obi-Wan warned. "If you push too hard, you might tear through entirely. Then I'll push just hard enough." Anakin channeled the Force through that point, not to attack, but to reinforce, to make their reality more real, more solid, more resistant to intrusion. It was like trying to heal a wound from the inside out, delicate, painful, requiring absolute precision. The pathway began to collapse. "Interesting," Pinhead observed, his voice carrying approval. "You're actually succeeding. Perhaps these ancient rituals have merit after all." "Almost there," Ahsoka said through gritted teeth. The strain of maintaining the connection was immense. Just a little more. The puzzle box exploded. Not physically, it remained intact, but dimensionally it detonated, releasing energy that existed outside normal physics. The blast threw all three Jedi backward, breaking their connection, severing the ritual before completion. Obi-Wan hit a wall hard enough to crack Duracrete. His vision swam, and through the haze, he saw the box, now inert, dark, seemingly dead. But in the dimensional overlay that still lingered in his perception, he could see the truth. The pathway had collapsed. The gateway was sealed. They'd done it. "Success?" Anakin groaned from where he'd landed. "Success," Obi-Wan confirmed, struggling to his feet. "The ritual worked. That box is just an object now, no longer a doorway." "One down," Ahsoka said, limping over to them. She had a nasty bruise forming on her left montrawl. 6 to go. And I don't know about you two, but I don't think I can do that again today. That was intense." She was right. The ritual had drained them in ways normal Force use didn't. It was like they'd been running a marathon while solving complex equations while meditating. Every aspect of their being had been engaged simultaneously. "We'll rest," Obi-Wan decided. "Then try again tomorrow. At this rate, it'll take us a week to seal all 7 boxes just on Bespin." "And there are 17 systems with confirmed Cenobite activity," Anakin pointed out. "We'll need more teams. Lots more teams." "Then we'll train them," Obi-Wan said with more confidence than he felt. "We've proven the ritual works. That's more than we had yesterday." "There's something else," Ahsoka said quietly. She was staring at the now inert puzzle box. "When we sealed it, I felt something, a presence on the other side, not Pinhead, something bigger, older, and it was aware of us. It noticed what we did." "Leviathan," Obi-Wan said, remembering Pinhead's references to his god, the entity the Cenobites serve. "If it noticed us once, it'll notice us again," Anakin said. "And eventually it might decide to do something about it." They stood in silence, contemplating that possibility. Fighting the Cenobites was one thing, but fighting their god, that was beyond even Jedi capabilities. "One problem at a time," Obi-Wan finally said. "Right now, we've proven we can seal the gateways. Let's focus on that. The rest we'll handle when it comes." But even as he said it, Obi-Wan felt his wrist burn with that familiar sensation, and in his mind, Pinhead's voice carried not anger but curiosity. "You've gotten its attention, Jedi. Leviathan rarely notices individual realities. It exists across too many simultaneously, but you've annoyed it, interrupted its expansion, made yourselves interesting. I wonder what that will mean for your galaxy. We've only ever seen Leviathan take interest in a reality once before. That reality no longer exists as you would understand it. Something to consider as you plan your next ritual." Obi-Wan said nothing, but his hand unconsciously moved to his lightsaber. Somewhere beyond dimensional barriers, beyond space and physics and force, something impossibly vast had turned its attention toward the Star Wars galaxy, and it was not pleased. The war room aboard the Republic cruiser Resolute hummed with tension. Holographic displays showed 17 systems marked in red, confirmed Cenobite presence. 7 more flickered amber, suspected but unconfirmed. And spreading between them like infection vectors were lines connecting puzzle box appearances to population centers. "The pattern is deliberate," Admiral Yularen said, manipulating the display to highlight trade routes. "They're not appearing randomly. The boxes concentrate along major hyperspace lanes, in refugee centers, military bases, anywhere people are desperate or traumatized. They're farming us," Commander Cody said bluntly. The clone officer stood with his arms crossed, his expression harder than usual, selecting optimal hunting grounds and waiting for prey to come to them. Obi-Wan studied the map, his exhaustion evident despite 3 hours of meditation. Bespin had been 6 days ago. Since then, his team had sealed 18 puzzle boxes across 4 systems, but for every box they sealed, 3 more appeared elsewhere. "We're losing ground," Anakin said what everyone was thinking. "At our current rate, we'd need 50 Jedi teams working continuously for months. We don't have 50 teams, and the Cenobites aren't giving us months." "The Separatists are having similar issues," Dooku's hologram reported. He'd become a regular presence at these briefings, his cooperation genuine even if his motives remained suspect. "My forces have identified 32 boxes in our territory. We've attempted the ritual twice, both times." He paused, his aristocratic mask slipping slightly. "Both times the Jedi we sent didn't return." They sealed the gateways successfully, but something pulled them through before the connection severed completely. "What happened to them?" Ahsoka asked, her voice tight. "Unknown." But 3 days later, this arrived. Dooku uploaded an image. A new structure had appeared in the location where the Jedi had vanished. It was made of flesh and metal, pulsing with that familiar green luminescence, and carved into its surface were names. The missing Jedi's names. Their monuments, Obi-Wan realized with sick certainty. The Cenobites are creating monuments to those they've taken, marking territory with our dead. "Not dead," Dooku corrected grimly. "My reconnaissance droids detected life signs from inside the structure, faint but present. Whatever those Jedi have become, they're not corpses. They're components, parts of something larger." The room fell silent. The implication was clear. Every Jedi they sent to seal gateways risked not just death but transformation into living architecture for the Cenobites' expansion. "We need a different approach," Mace Windu's hologram stated. "Master Kenobi, your team has successfully sealed multiple gateways without losses. What are you doing differently?" Obi-Wan considered carefully. "Speed, I think. We've been completing the ritual as quickly as possible, not giving the Cenobites time to respond. But it requires perfect coordination, no hesitation, and accepting that we might not fully understand what we're sealing before we seal it." "Risky," Mace observed. "Everything about this is risky," Anakin countered. "But Master Obi-Wan's right. The longer we stay connected to their dimension, the more opportunity they have to pull us through. We need to treat every ritual like a surgical strike, in and out before they can react." "Then we train more teams in rapid execution," Mace decided. "Master Kenobi, I'm promoting you to lead coordinator for Operation Gateway. You'll oversee all ritual teams, train new practitioners, and establish best practices. Commander Cody will coordinate military support. Count Dooku." Mace's tone carried careful neutrality. "Will you commit separatist resources to protecting ritual teams in your territory?" "I will," Dooku confirmed, though my master grows increasingly agitated by this cooperation. Sidious prefers the galaxy divided. Our unity, even temporary, threatens his plans." "Let him be threatened," Senator Amidala's hologram said. She'd been observing quietly, but now stepped forward. "Masters, I've been working with the Senate on a different angle. We're establishing refugee processing centers, secure locations with psychological screening to identify individuals most vulnerable to the puzzle box's appeal. If we can intercept desperate people before they encounter the boxes, you'll reduce the conversion rate," Obi-Wan finished. "It won't stop the Cenobites, but it'll slow them." "Good thinking, Senator." "There's a complication," Padme continued. "Some people are actively seeking the boxes now. Word has spread through the underworld about artifacts that answer questions or gateways to enlightenment. There's a black market forming around puzzle box locations. People are paying fortunes for coordinates." "Idiots seeking their own damnation," Anakin muttered. "No," Ahsoka said quietly. "Desperate people seeking escape. That's different. We can't blame them for wanting relief from suffering when we're the ones who created the war that's causing it." "The Padawan makes a point," Dooku acknowledged. "This war has broken millions. The Cenobites offer them something neither Republic nor Separatist can: absolute certainty. Even if that certainty is horrifying for some, it's preferable to endless ambiguity." Admiral Yularen cleared his throat. "There's another development. One of our deep space monitoring stations detected unusual readings from the unknown regions, massive dimensional disturbances far larger than anything the puzzle boxes create. It's possible. Leviathan, Obi-Wan said, his wrist burning with phantom pain. The entity the Cenobites serve. It's becoming more active in our dimension. How do you know that? Yularen asked. Because Pinhead told me. Obi-Wan pulled back his sleeve, showing the geometric scars that had never fully faded. He's been communicating through these marks since Mandalore. Taunting, mostly. But 3 days ago, he said something different. He said Leviathan had noticed our rituals, called it annoying from a being that exists across multiple realities simultaneously. A god is annoyed with us, Cody said flatly. That's just perfect. Not a god, Dooku corrected. A higher dimensional entity, powerful, yes, but bound by certain rules. The Cenobites serve it, which means even Leviathan has hierarchies and limitations. We just need to determine what those are. How? Anakin demanded. Ask Pinhead politely? Somehow I don't think he'll explain his master's weaknesses over tea. No, but he might inadvertently reveal them through his actions. Dooku manipulated the hologram, pulling up reports from multiple systems. Notice the pattern? The Cenobites have avoided certain locations despite high concentrations of desperate individuals. Jedi temples, Sith training facilities, places strong in the Force. They fear the Force? Mace sounded skeptical. Not fear, Obi-Wan said, understanding. Interference. The Force exists everywhere, permeates everything. Leviathan and the Cenobites come from a dimension where the Force doesn't exist. In areas of strong Force concentration, their dimensional anchoring becomes unstable. They can manifest, but maintaining presence requires more effort. Then we establish ritual sites in Force-strong locations, Mace decided. Jedi temples, ancient nexus points, anywhere the Force flows powerfully. It won't stop them, but it'll make our rituals safer to perform. There's a problem with that strategy, a new voice interjected. Master Yoda's hologram appeared, the ancient Jedi looking more troubled than Obi-Wan had ever seen. Attempted the ritual at Dagobah, I did. A nexus of the Force that swamp is. Strong in the living Force, strong in the cosmic Force. Perfect location for safety, I thought. What happened? Mace asked. Failed, the ritual did. Not through Cenobite interference, through Force interference. The Force itself rejected the working. Trying to seal dimensional pathways in a Force nexus is like trying to close a door when a river flows through it. The Force and the dimensional barriers, incompatible they are. Strengthen one, weaken the other. So we're caught between two impossibilities, Anakin said. Perform rituals in Force-weak areas and the Cenobites pull us through. Perform them in Force-strong areas and the Force itself prevents success. There must be a middle ground, Ahsoka insisted. Locations with enough Force presence to provide protection, but not so much that they interfere with dimensional manipulation. Such locations are rare, Yoda admitted, and most already occupied. By us, by Sith, by civilian populations. Difficult finding suitable sites will be. Obi-Wan's wrist suddenly blazed with pain. Not the warning throb he'd become accustomed to, but searing agony that drove him to his knees. Through the pain came Pinhead's voice, but different, distorted, as if broadcast through layers of reality. Jedi, all of you, Leviathan wishes to communicate. The holographic displays flickered, then died. Emergency lights activated throughout the Resolute. And on every screen, every projection surface, every reflective panel an image formed. It defied description, not because it was indescribable, but because human minds weren't equipped to process its geometry. Shapes that existed in more than 3 dimensions, surfaces that were simultaneously convex and concave, eyes that weren't eyes but apertures through which something vast observed. Leviathan. When it spoke, the voice bypassed ears entirely, manifesting directly in consciousness. Small things, finite things you resist. Why? No one could answer. The pressure of Leviathan's attention was crushing, making thought itself difficult. I translate. Pinhead's voice cut through, somehow easier to process despite its strangeness. Leviathan rarely communicates directly with individual realities. Consider yourselves honored. It asks why you oppose what you cannot comprehend, why you struggle against inevitable expansion. Obi-Wan forced himself to speak through the pain. Because we have a right to exist without being transformed into your experience. Right, curious word, implies authority beyond self. Who grants this right? Your force? Your governments? These are local phenomena, temporary. Leviathan is eternal. Rights are illusion. There is only experience. Our illusion, Mace Windu managed, his normally steady voice strained. Our reality. You have yours, exist there, leave ours alone. Realities are not separated, never were. Barriers are perceptual, not actual. All dimensions touch, all experience connects. You discover this now. Some dimensions offer limited experience, yours among them. We bring expansion, elevation. Why refuse gift? Because your gift requires us to cease being what we are. Anakin shouted, apparently less affected than the others, raw emotion making him resistant to Leviathan's pressure. You're not offering expansion, you're offering extinction dressed up as enlightenment. For a long moment, Leviathan was silent. Then, extinction, enlightenment, same process from different perspectives. Your fear of death limits your understanding. But fear is also experience, useful. We shall enjoy exploring it as we consume your reality. The presence vanished. Screens returned to normal, lights stabilized, and across the ship, dozens of crew members collapsed, overwhelmed by the brief contact with something their minds couldn't process. Obi-Wan remained on his knees, breathing hard. The burns on his wrist had opened, bleeding. Not blood, but something clear and viscous that formed geometric patterns on his skin. Master! Ahsoka was beside him, applying pressure to the wounds. Medical team, now! I'm fine, Obi-Wan gasped, though clearly he wasn't. That was Leviathan, the god they serve. It's not just aware of us, it's actively interested. That's worse than I thought. Why worse? Cody asked, helping support Obi-Wan's weight. Because before, we were facing advanced scouts, missionaries. Now we have the deity's personal attention. Obi-Wan looked at each person in turn. Whatever we do next, we need to do it fast, before Leviathan decides to stop observing and start participating directly. What could it do? Admiral Yularen asked. It's a dimensional entity. Surely it can't just enter our reality entirely. Can't it? Dooku's expression was grave. We've established that the Cenobites are building structures, expanding their presence. What if those structures are more than monuments? What if they're components of a larger construct? A body, Ahsoka realized with horror. They're building a physical body for Leviathan, using the galaxy itself as the material. The implications crashed through everyone simultaneously. Every victim taken, every structure built, every sealed gateway that had failed, all of it contributing to constructing a vessel through which a higher dimensional god could manifest completely in their reality. "How far along is it?" Mace demanded. "Unknown," Dooku admitted. "But if my calculations are correct, based on current expansion rates and structural complexity, we have weeks, perhaps a month, before Leviathan can manifest physically in our galaxy." "And if that happens?" Senator Amidala asked, though her expression suggested she didn't want to know. "Then we don't fight the Cenobites anymore," Obi-Wan said quietly. "We fight God. And I don't think lightsabers and clone battalions will be sufficient for that." "Then what will be?" Anakin demanded. Before anyone could answer, alarms shrieked throughout the Resolute. The tactical display lit up with contacts, dozens of them, appearing from nowhere across multiple systems simultaneously. Cenobite structures, the tactical officer reported, 17 new manifestations in the last 60 seconds. They're appearing in population centers, Coruscant, Corellia, Kuat, major worlds, and they're broadcasting. "Broadcasting what?" Mace asked. The officer activated the audio feed. Pinhead's voice filled the war room, calm and precise. "Citizens of the Republic and Separatist Alliance, we are the Cenobites, explorers from dimensions beyond your comprehension. We have been extending invitations through the configurations, what you call puzzle boxes. Many have answered, many have been enlightened, but enlightenment need not be individual. It can be collective, shared, glorious." "He's addressing the entire galaxy," Padme breathed. "In one standard week," Pinhead continued, "we will open a permanent gateway in the Coruscant system. Through this gateway, Leviathan will manifest fully in your dimension. You will all experience true sensation, true meaning, true purpose. Resistance is pointless, not because you lack power, but because what you resist is inevitable. Change is coming, evolution is coming, transcendence is coming. We have such sights to show you, all of you." The broadcast ended. The war room erupted into chaos, shouted orders, tactical assessments, demands for evacuation protocols. But through it all, Obi-Wan heard one voice clearly. Not Pinhead's, Leviathan's, resonating in his mind through the marks on his wrist. 7 days. Preparation ends. Manifestation begins. Your rituals have been interesting, your resistance admirable, but all things end. Your reality ends in 7 days. Unless. Unless what? Obi-Wan thought desperately. Find the original configuration, the first box, opened in your galaxy. It remains open. It is my primary anchor. Seal it, and perhaps manifestation delays, or perhaps it accelerates. Uncertainty is also experience. Pleasant. I enjoy not knowing outcome. You enjoy hope. We shall see which emotion proves correct. The presence faded, leaving Obi-Wan gasping. "Master Kenobi," Mace's voice cut through his disorientation. "What just happened? You went blank for nearly a minute." "Leviathan spoke to me again," Obi-Wan managed. "It gave us a clue, a chance. I'm not sure. There's a first puzzle box, the original one that appeared in our galaxy. If we find it and seal it, we might be able to delay or prevent Leviathan's full manifestation." "Where is it?" Anakin demanded. "I don't know, but..." Obi-Wan touched his wrist, feeling the patterns carved there. "I think I can find it. These marks, they're connected to the Cenobite network, like a map. If I follow the connections deep enough, they'll lead to the source." "That could be a trap," Dooku warned. "Definitely a trap," Obi-Wan agreed, "but what choice do we have? 7 days until Leviathan manifests. We spend those days fighting a defensive battle we can't win, or we take the offensive and go after the source. Unanimous agreement we'll need, Yoda said. Too dangerous this mission is. Too much at stake. Vote, the council must. The vote was swift, unanimous. Desperate times required desperate measures. Then it's settled, Mace said. Master Kenobi will follow the connection to the first configuration. Skywalker, Tano, and Commander Cody will accompany him. Count Dooku. I'm coming as well, Dooku interrupted. This affects all of us. Besides, I have experience with Sith alchemy and dimensional manipulation that might prove useful. Bringing a Sith Lord to seal interdimensional gateways, Anakin muttered. What could possibly go wrong? Everything, Obi-Wan admitted. But we're out of good options. We have only impossible ones. Let's try to make this particular impossibility work in our favor. As the meeting dissolved into tactical planning, troop movements, evacuation protocols, last-ditch contingencies, Obi-Wan found himself staring at the galactic map. 7 days. 7 days to find the original puzzle box, seal it, and potentially stop a god from entering their reality. 7 days to save the galaxy from becoming a component of something vast and hungry and utterly alien. 7 days until they either succeeded or everyone alive experienced transformation into the Cenobites' vision of perfection. May the Force be with us, he whispered. From somewhere beyond perception, beyond dimension, beyond comprehension, he could swear he heard Pinhead's laughter. And deeper still, Leviathan's attention focused more fully on the Star Wars galaxy, anticipating the entertainment of watching finite beings struggle against infinite geometry. The countdown had begun. The scars on Obi-Wan's wrist burned like brands as the shuttle descended through Nar Shaddaa's polluted atmosphere. The smuggler's moon had always been a cesspool of crime and desperation, but now it felt different, wrong, as if reality itself had begun to fray around the edges. Are you certain this is the place? Dooku asked from across the passenger compartment. The former Jedi Master looked uncomfortable in Republic military transport, his elegant robes at odds with the utilitarian design. The marks are pulling me here, Obi-Wan replied, studying the geometric patterns carved into his flesh. They glowed faintly now, pulsing in rhythm with something he couldn't quite perceive. Every sealed gateway has made them more sensitive, more connected. I can feel the network of puzzle boxes across the galaxy, and they all trace back to a single point, somewhere in Nar Shaddaa's lower levels. The refugee sector, Cody said, consulting his tactical display. 2 million displaced beings crammed into infrastructure meant for half that. Disease, starvation, gang violence. It's a humanitarian nightmare. Perfect hunting ground for the Cenobites, Ahsoka observed darkly. Maximum desperation, minimum oversight. How many boxes have appeared here? Officially, 12, Cody reported. Unofficially, CSF stopped counting after 30. The Hutts who control this sector don't report disappearances among refugees. Bad for business. The Hutts, Anakin said with disgust. Of course, even interdimensional demons can't stop them from making profit. The shuttle touched down on a rusted landing platform that swayed alarmingly under their weight. The moment the ramp descended, the smell hit them, a mixture of chemical waste, unwashed bodies, and something sweet and rotting that made Obi-Wan's stomach turn. Welcome to the lowest level of civilization, a new voice said. A Twi'lek female emerged from the shadows, her skin mottled with scars and her lekku wrapped in protective leather. You're the Jedi who've been sealing the boxes. Word spreads fast down here. "And you are?" Mace Windu asked. The senior Jedi Master had insisted on joining the mission despite protests. Too important, he'd said, to delegate entirely. "Call me Vara. I run a refugee aid station 3 levels down. We've been trying to warn people about the boxes, but..." She gestured helplessly at the sprawling slum around them. When people have nothing, when they've lost everything, the promise of enlightenment starts sounding pretty good. We've lost 43 people to the boxes in the past week alone. "Can you guide us to the refugee sector's lowest levels?" Obi-Wan asked. "We're looking for something specific. The first box that appeared on Nar Shaddaa." Vara's expression grew wary. "The first configuration. That's what people down here call it. It appeared 6 weeks ago, just as the war was escalating. A scavenger found it in the old industrial sector, ancient factories abandoned for centuries. He solved it, and..." She shuddered. "They say his screams echoed through 50 levels. By the time anyone reached him, he was gone. But the box remained, and people started coming. Pilgrims, seekers, the desperate." "Take us there," Mace commanded. "You don't want to go there," Vara said firmly. "That sector is cursed now. The geometry is wrong. People who enter come back changed, even if they don't touch the box. Some don't come back at all. The Hutts have declared it off limits, not out of mercy, but because they kept losing enforcers sent to investigate." "We don't have a choice," Obi-Wan said. "In 6 days, something far worse than cursed geometry will manifest in Coruscant orbit. This box is our only lead to stop it." Vara studied them for a long moment, then sighed. "Your funerals. Follow me. And whatever you do, don't look directly at the walls once we're past level 50. Trust me on that." They descended through Nar Shaddaa's layers like diving into an ocean of misery. Each level was worse than the last, more crowded, more desperate, more lawless. By level 40, Republic authority was purely theoretical. By level 50, even the Hutt's enforcers rarely ventured. And below level 50, reality began to bend. "Do you see it?" Ahsoka whispered, her montrals twitching with discomfort. "The walls, they're breathing." She was right. The durasteel corridors around them pulsed rhythmically, as if the entire structure had become a single massive organism. And pressed into the metal were those familiar geometric patterns, the marks of the Cenobites' influence spreading like infection through the moon's infrastructure. "The first configuration has been open for 6 weeks, Dooku observed, running his hand along a wall without touching it. "Long enough for reality to begin warping around it. The dimensional breach is bleeding into physical space." "How much further?" Anakin asked Vara, his hand resting on his lightsaber hilt. 2 more levels." "But..." Vara stopped abruptly, her head-tails stiffening. "Do you hear that?" Chains, rattling in the distance, getting closer. "Defensive formation," Cody commanded, and the clone troopers accompanying them snapped into practiced positions. "Unknown contact approaching from..." The wall exploded inward. Chains erupted from the breach, dozens of them moving with serpentine intelligence, their hooks gleaming in the dim emergency lighting. Behind the chains came figures that had once been people, refugees, workers, scavengers, all transformed. Their bodies had been opened and restructured, flesh and metal, fused into geometric perfection, and their faces twisted into expressions that mixed agony and ecstasy turned toward the Jedi with mindless hunger. New Cenobites, Obi-Wan realized, recent converts, still tied to their predatory instincts. "Can we save them?" Ahsoka asked, even as she ignited her lightsabers. "No," Dooku said flatly. The transformation is irreversible. They're no longer the people they were. Only their suffering remains, reshaped into something else. Then we go through them, Anakin decided, his blue blade blazing to life. For the people they used to be. The battle was brutal and mercifully brief. The transformed beings fought with strength beyond normal biology, but they lacked coordination or strategy. The Jedi cut them down with practiced efficiency, while Cody's troopers provided covering fire that kept the chains at bay. But as the last converted refugee fell, Obi-Wan felt no victory, only sickness at what the Cenobites had done, what they would continue doing if not stopped. "We need to move faster," he said. "The closer we get to the first configuration, the more resistance we'll face." They descended 2 more levels in tense silence, encountering no further attacks, but feeling watched every step. The walls had stopped pretending to be walls. Now they were clearly organic, pulsing with fluids that might have been blood or might have been something else entirely. Finally, they reached level 53. A massive door stood before them, covered in chains that wrapped around it like vines. But unlike normal chains, these were grown into the door itself, part of its structure rather than restraints. "Behind this," Vara said, staying well back, "is the old industrial sector. The first configuration is somewhere inside, but I can't go further, I'm sorry." "You've done more than enough," Mace assured her. "Return to your aid station. Help those you can while there's still time." After Vara disappeared back up the levels, Anakin approached the door. "So we just open it?" "Carefully," Obi-Wan advised. He reached out with the Force, trying to sense what lay beyond, and immediately recoiled. There's nothing there, no Force presence. It's like the sector beyond this door doesn't exist in the Force at all. "Because it doesn't," a familiar voice said, from everywhere and nowhere, Pinhead's voice echoing through the corridor. "Beyond that door lies pure Cenobite space. The first configuration has been converting the industrial sector for 6 weeks. What was factory is now cathedral. What was machine is now flesh. You're about to enter our realm, Jedi. Not an echo or a shadow, but the true domain of Leviathan's servants." "Then why let us come this far?" Dooku challenged the empty air. "You could have attacked in force, overwhelmed us. Why guide us to your stronghold?" "Because," Pinhead's voice carried amusement, "Leviathan enjoys drama, enjoys watching beings with hope, confronting spaces where hope has no meaning. You seek to seal the first configuration. We invite you to try. Your success or failure, both outcomes provide experience. Both teach lessons. We cannot lose." "We'll see about that," Anakin said, and used the Force to tear the door from its hinges. The space beyond defied sanity. What had been an industrial sector, factories, assembly lines, storage chambers, had been converted into something else. The floors were flesh, veined and pulsing. The walls were geometric impossibilities, surfaces that existed in more than 3 dimensions, decorated with surgical implements and chains and sculptures made from things that might once have been people. And the ceiling wasn't there. Instead, it opened onto vistas of other dimensions, other realities where different physical laws applied. At the center of this cathedral of flesh and geometry, suspended in midair by chains that anchored to nothing visible, was the first configuration. It was larger than the others, nearly a meter on each side, its surfaces covered in patterns so complex they hurt to look at directly. It pulsed with light that existed outside normal spectrums, and the air around it shimmered with dimensional instability, and surrounding it, arranged in precise geometric patterns, stood the Cenobites, not just Pinhead and his core group. Dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, stretching back into spaces that shouldn't fit within the industrial sector's physical dimensions. Some were clearly ancient, their modifications so extensive they barely resembled any species. Others were fresh, their transformations recent, their original form still partially recognizable. "Welcome," Pinhead said, stepping forward from the crowd. He looked exactly as Obi-Wan remembered, pins embedded in geometric patterns, leather robes, eyes that held depths of experience no mortal should possess. "You've come to seal the gateway, to prevent Leviathan's manifestation, a bold plan, futile but bold." "It's not futile," Obi-Wan said with more confidence than he felt. "We've sealed dozens of your boxes. This one is just larger." "The principle remains the same." "Does it?" Pinhead gestured to the first configuration. "This is not merely a gateway, Jedi. It is Leviathan's eye. Through this configuration, our God observes your reality directly. To seal it, you must confront not just dimensional barriers, but Leviathan's attention itself. You must close an eye that wishes to remain open." "Then we'll blind it," Anakin said, spoken like a warrior. How delightfully limited. Pinhead's gaze swept across all of them. "You bring a Jedi Council member, a fallen Jedi turned Sith, a chosen one drowning in destiny, a young seeker still learning wisdom, and soldiers created to die for causes they don't choose. Such a representative group. Tell me, do you expect to survive this?" "We don't need to survive," Mace said firmly. "We need to succeed. Our lives are secondary to protecting the galaxy." "How noble, how Jedi, and how revealing of your philosophy's greatest weakness." Pinhead moved closer, his movements graceful despite the chains dragging behind him. "You believe sacrifice has meaning, that dying for a cause elevates you. But what if meaning itself is the illusion? What if there is only experience and your death provides us with fascinating data while accomplishing nothing?" "Enough philosophy," Dooku interrupted, his lightsaber igniting. "We didn't come here to debate. We came to act." "Then act," Pinhead invited. "Attempt your ritual. We will observe. And when you fail, as you must, we will offer you enlightenment in your final moments. A gift for the effort." The Jedi formed a circle around the first configuration, just as they had with smaller boxes. But this felt different. The dimensional pressure was immense, like trying to breathe at the bottom of an ocean. The force was present but wrong, distorted by proximity to the configuration's reality-warping influence. "Link minds," Obi-Wan commanded, same as before. "Find the dimensional barrier, reinforce reality, seal the breach." They reached out together, 5 Jedi and 1 Sith Lord, their combined will manifesting as light in the dimensional darkness. And immediately, they understood why Pinhead had been confident. The first configuration wasn't just a gateway, it was a wound, a tear in reality so fundamental that it had become permanent, healed wrong, integrated into the fabric of space-time itself. Closing it wouldn't be like sealing a door, it would be like trying to unbreak a bone that had set incorrectly years ago. "It's grown into the universe," Ahsoka said, her voice strained. "It's not separate from our reality anymore. It's part of it." "Then we cut it out," Anakin said, "like removing a tumor." "That would destabilize this entire sector," Dooku warned. "Possibly the entire moon. The dimensional bleed-through is too extensive. Removing it catastrophically could kill millions." "But leaving it guarantees Leviathan's manifestation," Mace countered. Which kills everyone, trillions. We make the hard choice. Through their linked consciousness, Obi-Wan felt his companion's resolve crystallize. They would do it. They would risk destabilizing Nar Shaddaa's physical structure to seal this gateway, betting that some casualties were acceptable to prevent universal transformation. The math was brutal but clear. Wait, Obi-Wan said suddenly. There's another option. Instead of sealing the gateway, we redirect it. Redirect it where? Ahsoka asked. Back to itself. Create a loop. Make the configuration connect to its own dimension rather than ours. It stays open, but it opens onto nothing but itself. That's... Dooku paused, considering. That's actually brilliant. A Ouroboros configuration. Self-containing, but the mathematics would be extraordinarily complex. I can handle the mathematics, a new voice said. Everyone's attention snapped to the edge of their consciousness. A presence had joined their link, cold, analytical, and utterly familiar. Darth Sidious. Master! Dooku's thought carried shock. What are you doing here? Sidious's mental presence was vast, confident, and clearly amused. Observing, apprentice, as I always do. This configuration threatens my plans as much as it threatens the Jedi. A galaxy transformed into Cenobite space is useless to me. I prefer my subjects capable of fear, not transcended beyond it. You've been watching this whole time? Mace demanded. Of course. Did you think I'd let interdimensional demons enter my galaxy without monitoring the situation? I've been studying the Cenobites since they first appeared, learning their patterns, understanding their weaknesses. Sidious's presence moved through their linked minds like a predator through shadows, and I know how to redirect dimensional pathways. It's advanced Sith alchemy, far beyond what the Jedi teach. You need me, Masters, as distasteful as that is to admit. This could be a trick, Anakin said. Undoubtedly, Sidious agreed. But what choice do you have? Attempt the redirection without me and fail, or accept my help and possibly succeed. The decision is simple, even if it tastes like ashes. Obi-Wan wanted to refuse. Every instinct screamed that working with Sidious, the architect of so much suffering, the hidden Sith Lord manipulating the war, was wrong. But the alternative was allowing Leviathan to manifest. Sometimes the only path forward was through alliance with darkness. Do it, Obi-Wan decided. Help us redirect the configuration. We'll deal with you afterward. Charming, Sidious replied. Very well. Everyone follow my lead. The mathematics are complex, but I'll guide you through. And Dooku, try not to be too shocked when you realize how much I've been hiding from you. The ritual began in earnest. 6 Force users working in perfect synchronization despite mutual distrust began weaving dimensional mathematics into reality itself. Sidious provided the framework, equations, and energy patterns that bent space according to Sith principles. Obi-Wan and Mace added Jedi techniques for reinforcing barriers. Anakin provided raw power. Ahsoka maintained focus and coordination. And Dooku, understanding both philosophies, served as bridge between light and dark approaches. The first configuration began to change. Its pattern shifted, restructured, folded inward. The chains anchoring it to physical space trembled, then released. And slowly, impossibly, the gateway began connecting to itself, creating a closed loop that went nowhere, opened onto nothing, contained only its own infinite interior. It's working, Ahsoka said. Don't celebrate yet, Sidious warned. Leviathan has noticed what we're doing. It's not pleased. The pressure increased exponentially. That vast presence Obi-Wan had felt before, Leviathan's attention focused fully on their working, and with that attention came resistance. The god of the Cenobites pushed back, trying to keep its eye open, its gateway functional. Small things, clever things. You attempt to blind me, to turn my gaze inward. Interesting solution, but insufficient. Leviathan's will crashed against their combined efforts like a tidal wave against sand castles. Obi-Wan felt his mental defenses crumbling, his consciousness threatening to fragment under the pressure. Then Sidious did something unexpected. He amplified their connection, drawing on the dark side, not to attack, but to reinforce. The malevolent energy of the Sith Lord's power mixed with the Jedi's light, and together they formed something neither light nor dark, a gray unity born of desperation and necessity. "Now," Sidious commanded, "complete the loop all together." They pushed as one. The first configuration screamed, a sound that existed beyond audio, resonating through dimensions, and then collapsed inward. Its physical form remained, but the gateway within it now opened only onto itself. A perfect loop, a self-contained infinity. Leviathan's presence withdrew, and the sudden absence of pressure was like surfacing after nearly drowning. The ritual was complete. Around them, the cathedral of flesh and geometry began to destabilize. Without the first configuration as anchor, the transformed space lost cohesion. Walls reverted to durasteel. Floors became solid again. The impossible vistas overhead sealed shut, leaving only normal ceiling. And the Cenobites, all of them, began to fade. "Impossible," Pinhead said, his form growing translucent. "You actually succeeded." Closed Leviathan's primary eye. Without it, our manifestation becomes... He paused, and something almost like respect crossed his scarred features. "Delayed, not prevented but delayed. Well played, Jedi. Well played indeed." "How long?" Obi-Wan demanded. "How long before Leviathan finds another way in?" "Years, perhaps. Decades. It depends on how many desperate souls continue solving our configurations. Continue inviting us in. You've won a battle, not the war." Pinhead's form was nearly invisible now, but his voice remained clear. "But you've taught us something valuable, that your reality contains more potential than we anticipated. That cooperation between light and dark is possible when pressed. That makes you interesting. We shall return, Jedi, and next time we'll be far more prepared." He vanished completely, taking the other Cenobites with him. The industrial sector stood empty, quiet, mundane, as if the past 6 weeks of transformation had been a fevered dream. Sidious's presence withdrew from the mind link. His final thought was sardonic. "Until we meet again, Jedi, I do hope you remember that without me, you would all be components of Leviathan's body by now. Something to consider when you plan your inevitable confrontation with me." Then he too was gone, leaving the 6 of them standing in an abandoned factory, exhausted and shaking. "Did we actually work with Darth Sidious to save the galaxy?" Anakin asked after a long silence. "Yes," Mace said heavily, "and I hate every moment of that reality. But it was necessary." "The enemy of my enemy," Dooku murmured. How appropriate that ancient wisdom still applies even to interdimensional theology. Cody and his troopers emerged from defensive positions, scanning the area for threats. Finding none, the commander approached Obi-Wan. "Sir, did you succeed?" "We bought time," Obi-Wan said, looking at the now inert first configuration. It sat on the factory floor, just a puzzle box again, intricate but inert. "Leviathan's manifestation has been delayed. the immediate crisis is averted. For how long? Unknown, but long enough, hopefully, to end this war, to reduce the desperation that feeds the Cenobites, to give people hope instead of horror. Obi-Wan turned to his companions. That has to be enough. They emerged from the industrial sector to find Nar Shaddah's refugee levels stirring with confused activity. People who'd been drawn to the first configuration reported feeling suddenly freed from compulsions they hadn't recognized. The nightmares faded. The whispers stopped. Vara met them at the landing platform, her expression one of cautious hope. Something changed. I can feel it. The oppression, the wrongness. It's lessened. What did you do down there? We closed a door that should never have been opened, Obi-Wan said. And we reminded ourselves that even the darkest alliance can serve the light when necessity demands it. As their shuttle lifted off, leaving Nar Shaddaa behind, Ahsoka voiced the question on everyone's mind. The Cenobites will return. Pinhead said so. What do we do when that happens? We'll face it when it comes, Mace replied. For now, we've given the galaxy a reprieve. We use that time wisely, end the war, rebuild what's been broken, heal what we can, and we prepare for the day when the Cenobites return with new strategies. And Sidious? Anakin asked. We worked with him. Does that make us complicit in his schemes? No, Obi-Wan said firmly. It makes us pragmatists. We used evil to fight greater evil. That's not hypocrisy, that's survival. But it doesn't absolve Sidious of his crimes. When this war ends, we still hunt him. We still bring him to justice. If we can find him, Dooku said quietly. My master is exceptionally skilled at remaining hidden. Then we'll get better at finding him, Anakin declared, as Nar Shaddaa shrank behind them and hyperspace beckoned ahead. Obi-Wan felt the scars on his wrist finally stop burning. The connection to Pinhead had severed, the marks becoming just scars, reminders of what they'd faced and overcome. But he knew Pinhead's final words were true. The Cenobites would return. Leviathan would find new eyes to open, new doorways to enter. The question was whether the galaxy would be ready when that day came. 3 months later, Coruscant Senate building, the war was ending, not through decisive victory or crushing defeat, but through exhaustion. The revelation of Sidious's manipulation, broadcast across Holonet channels in the aftermath of the Cenobite crisis, had shattered faith in the conflict's purpose. Senators who'd pushed for military escalation found themselves facing recall votes. Separatist systems questioned whether independence was worth serving a hidden Sith Lord's agenda. And everywhere, people were asking the same question. If we could unite against the Cenobites, why couldn't we stop fighting each other? Obi-Wan stood in the Senate's observation gallery watching Padme Amidala address the assembled representatives. 3 months had changed her. The naive idealism he'd once admired had been tempered by hard experience, but not destroyed, just refined. We cannot undo the past 3 years, Padme said, her voice carrying through the chamber. We cannot restore the millions who've died or heal every wound we've inflicted on each other. But we can acknowledge that this war was built on manipulation and lies, that both sides were pawns in a game we didn't understand we were playing. And we can choose, right now, today, to stop being pawns. Empty words, Senator Orn Freetah called out. The Separatists have legitimate grievances, corporate exploitation, political marginalization. These issues existed before Sidious, and they'll exist after him. You're right, Padme acknowledged, surprising many, which is why the peace proposal includes constitutional reforms, increased representation for outer rim systems, corporate regulation to prevent the abuses that drove secession. This isn't surrender, it's rebuilding the Republic into something worth belonging to. And if the separatists refuse, another senator challenged, if they see our reform offers as weakness, then we've lost nothing by trying, Padme replied. But I don't think they will refuse, because Count Dooku himself has endorsed these proposals. The chamber erupted in shocked murmurs. Dooku's hologram appeared. The former Sith Lord had been granted limited Senate address privileges in exchange for intelligence on Sidious and separatist military assets. Senator Amidala speaks truthfully, Dooku said, his aristocratic bearing unchanged despite his altered circumstances. I initiated this war believing the Republic was beyond redemption. Recent events have forced me to reconsider. Any system that can unite against existential threats, whether Cenobites or hidden Sith Lords, contains the potential for genuine reform. I have instructed separatist military forces to observe a ceasefire pending formal negotiations. You expect us to trust a Sith Lord's word? Senator Organo asked, though his tone suggested genuine inquiry rather than accusation. No, Dooku replied. I expect you to verify everything I say while accepting that even former enemies can serve mutual interests. The Cenobites taught us that lesson, or should have. Obi-Wan felt a presence beside him. Mace Windu had joined him in the observation gallery. Historic moment, Mace observed quietly, the war ending not through military victory but political evolution. The Jedi Council debated for hours whether to support this peace. We're supposed to be peacekeepers, but we've been warriors for so long, some masters don't remember how to be anything else. What was the final vote? Obi-Wan asked. Unanimous support for peace negotiations, but a split on what role the Jedi should play going forward. Some believe we should withdraw from politics entirely, return to contemplation and scholarship. Others argue we must remain engaged to prevent future Sidious-level manipulations. Mace's expression was troubled. Master Yoda abstained from that vote, said the Force showed him multiple paths, none clearly correct. What do you think? I think we became too comfortable with power, too integrated into Republic military structure. The Cenobites were right about one thing. Suffering we helped create made their harvest easier. We need to change. But into what? Mace gestured at the Senate floor below. That's what the Council must determine. What it means to be Jedi in a galaxy that's learned to question everything, including us. Ahsoka appeared from another entrance, moving quickly. Masters, you need to come. There's been an incident in the Temple Archives. Jedi Temple Archives, restricted section. They found Jocasta Nu standing before a holographic display, her expression one of profound concern. Surrounding her were several Jedi scholars and, surprisingly, 2 clone troopers. What's happened? Obi-Wan asked. Jocasta gestured to the display. We've been cataloging everything we learned about the Cenobites, creating a comprehensive database in case they return. During that process, we discovered something disturbing. Show them. CT-7891. One of the clone troopers, his armor marked with engineer designations, stepped forward nervously. Masters, I was part of the team that examined the first configuration after you sealed it. We transported it here for study. But 3 days ago, during routine security sweeps, he pulled up footage on the holo display. The video showed the temple's secure vault where dangerous artifacts were stored. The first configuration sat in a containment field, inert and dark. Then, at timestamp 03:47:21, something changed. The box pulsed, just once, barely visible, but unmistakably there. It pulsed, Ahsoka said unnecessarily, but we sealed it, redirected it to connect only to itself. That's not all, Jocasta said grimly. She advanced the footage. Over the next 72 hours, played at high speed, the pulses became more frequent. Once every 6 hours, then every 3 hours, then hourly. It's trying to re-establish connection, Mace realized. But to where? To everywhere, Jocasta replied. She pulled up a galactic map. Red dots marked locations across known space, hundreds of them. These are anomalous energy readings detected over the past week. Each one matches the dimensional signature of the puzzle boxes. Masters, I think the first configuration is calling to them, or they're calling to it. Either way, the network is trying to reconstitute. Can we destroy it? Anakin asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. We've tried every destructive method available, the clone engineer reported. Thermal, kinetic, molecular disruption. The box absorbs everything. It's like trying to destroy mathematics itself. The concept persists regardless of physical damage. Because it's not really physical, Obi-Wan said, understanding. Not entirely. It exists in multiple dimensions simultaneously. We sealed its connection in our dimension, but in others, it remains open, Dooku finished, entering the archives chamber. The former Sith Lord was technically under house arrest, but seemed to move freely regardless. Leviathan is patient. It understands that time flows differently across dimensions. What seems like 3 months to us might be centuries for it to develop new strategies. You've been researching this independently, Mace stated rather than asked. Obviously, I have as much to lose as you if the Cenobites return. Dooku approached the holo display, manipulating it with practiced ease. I've been consulting ancient Sith texts, ones even I hadn't fully explored, and I found references to something called the Eternal Configuration, a theoretical construct where all puzzle boxes across all realities connect to a single nexus point. If Leviathan is attempting to create such a nexus, then it doesn't matter that we sealed the first configuration, Ahsoka realized with growing horror. It just becomes one node in a larger network. Eventually, enough nodes reconnect and the network reestablishes itself. Precisely, we didn't stop Leviathan, we inconvenienced it. Dooku's expression was grim, and beings of that power scale do not forget inconveniences. How long do we have? Mace demanded. Unknown, but based on the pulse frequency increase, Dooku did calculations in his head. I estimate full network reconstitution in 18 to 24 months, perhaps sooner if additional boxes are solved and provide new anchor points. The chamber fell silent as that timeline sank in. Then we have 2 years to prepare, Obi-Wan said finally. 2 years to end this war completely, rebuild the Republic, and establish protocols for handling dimensional incursions. 2 years to study everything we learned about the Cenobites and develop better countermeasures. 2 years to find Darth Sidious, Anakin added, before he can exploit the next Cenobite incursion for his own purposes. Agreed, Mace said. Master Nu, I want this database classified at the highest level. Only council members and designated researchers get access. We don't need public panic about potential threats 2 years away when we have immediate reconstruction to handle. Understood. Though Masters, Jocasta hesitated. There's one more thing. During our research, we found accounts of individuals who solved the puzzle boxes but weren't taken. People who somehow resisted the Cenobites' call, even after opening the configurations. Impossible, Dooku said flatly. The box creates a binding contract. Once solved, the solver belongs to the Cenobites. That's fundamental to how they operate. And yet we have 4 documented cases over the past 3 months. Jocasta displayed files, testimony from survivors scattered across the galaxy. All of them report the same phenomenon. They solved boxes out of desperation or curiosity. The gateways opened. The Cenobites appeared. But when confronted with the actual choice, accept transformation or resist, these individuals refused so completely, so absolutely, that the Cenobites withdrew. Withdrew? Mace leaned forward, studying the files. Cenobites don't withdraw. They collect. They transform. They don't accept rejection. These 4 people suggest otherwise. Jocasta highlighted one testimony in particular. This is from a clone trooper. CT-6829 served in the 501st. He solved a box 3 weeks ago after his entire squad was killed in a firefight. When the Cenobites appeared, he, and I'm quoting directly, told them to criff off because he hadn't survived 3 years of war just to become someone's art project. Despite the gravity of the situation, several people smiled at that. What happened? Ahsoka asked. According to his testimony, Pinhead appeared personally, studied him, then said something about uninvited guests being as unwelcome as unwilling subjects, and left. The gateway closed. The box became inert. CT-6829 has had no further contact. That's not how binding contracts work, Dooku said, clearly disturbed. In Sith alchemy, once a pact is established, it cannot be unilaterally broken. The Cenobites operate on similar principles. They shouldn't be able to simply leave because someone refuses politely. Maybe they're not just about force, Obi-Wan suggested. Maybe true conversion requires genuine desire. These 4 people didn't want transformation, even when desperate. That desire, or lack thereof, created a loophole the Cenobites had to respect. Or, Anakin offered darkly, Pinhead was being strategic. Taking unwilling subjects might anger Leviathan or violate some rule we don't understand. Better to withdraw and wait for willing volunteers than risk whatever consequences forced conversion carries. Either explanation has merit, Mace decided, but it gives us something, a defense that doesn't rely on sealing gateways or rituals. Simple, absolute refusal. If we can teach that, make it part of psychological conditioning for soldiers, refugees, anyone at risk, we create a population resistant to Cenobite recruitment. It won't stop them entirely, Dooku warned. Desperate people will still seek what they offer, but it might slow their harvest, buy us more time. Time is what we need most, Obi-Wan agreed. Time to heal, time to prepare, time to understand what we're really facing. A chime interrupted them, Mace's comlink signaling urgent priority. He answered, listened for 30 seconds, and his expression transformed from concerned to shocked. We need to go to the council chambers immediately, he said. Darth Sidious has just broadcast a message to the entire galaxy. He's challenging the Jedi Order directly. Jedi Council Chambers. 15 minutes later, the hologram of Darth Sidious filled the center of the chamber. Not the kindly Chancellor Palpatine he'd pretended to be, but his true form. Withered by the dark side, yellow eyes blazing with malevolent intelligence, power radiating from every gesture. Jedi, his recorded voice echoed, "You believe you've won, ended the war I orchestrated, united against the Cenobite threat, forced me to reveal myself prematurely. All quite impressive, but you've misunderstood something fundamental." The hologram shifted, showing images from across the galaxy, the sealed puzzle boxes, the monuments of transformed victims, the dimensional readings from active Cenobite sites. The Cenobites were never my enemies, they were my instruments. You think it coincidence that puzzle boxes appeared during a war I was manipulating? That desperate people solved them while I controlled both governments? Sidious laughed, a sound of pure malevolence. I invited them here. Through ancient Sith rituals and dimensional breaches, I called Leviathan to this galaxy, not to destroy it, but to reshape it, to create such suffering, such desperation, that beings would welcome any escape, even transformation into demons. He's lying, Anakin said immediately, trying to take credit for something that terrified even him. Is he? Dooku's voice was quiet. My master has always worked through proxies and manipulation. If he could convince the Cenobites to serve his purposes. The hologram continued. You sealed the first configuration. Clever, but I've been studying the Cenobites for years, learning their patterns, understanding their theology, and I've discovered something fascinating. Leviathan can be bargained with, not as equals, but as one power to another. In exchange for unlimited access to this galaxy's suffering, Leviathan has agreed to certain considerations. The image changed, showing Sidious standing in a chamber that looked like a fusion of Sith temple and Cenobite cathedral. Chains and holocrons mixed with flesh sculptures and geometric impossibilities. When the Cenobites return in 2 years, they will have a guide, someone who understands both this galaxy and their requirements, someone who can direct their harvest toward useful targets, rebel systems, Jedi enclaves, anyone who opposes the order I'm building. His smile was terrible. You've delayed Leviathan's manifestation, but when it comes, it will come under my direction. And then, Jedi, you'll learn that some sufferings are worse than extinction. The hologram died. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Yoda's voice cut through the silence. A new threat this is, worse than Cenobites alone, worse than Sidious alone. Combined, they become something we may not survive. He's bluffing, Mace said, but his voice carried uncertainty. Sidious lies as easily as breathing. This is psychological warfare, making us doubt ourselves. Fear phantom alliances. Is it? Dooku asked. You don't know my master as I do. He's capable of forming pacts with anyone or anything, if it serves his purposes. If he truly has been studying the Cenobites, if he's found ways to communicate with Leviathan. He trailed off, the implications too dark to voice. Then we have less time than we thought, Obi-Wan said. Not 2 years to prepare for the Cenobites' return, but 2 years to stop both threats, Sidious and Leviathan, simultaneously. How? Ahsoka asked. We couldn't find Sidious before. Now he's had 3 months to disappear completely, and Leviathan exists beyond our dimensional reach. We can't fight enemies we can't locate. Then we don't fight them directly, Anakin said, a determined look in his eyes. We make this galaxy somewhere the Cenobites don't want to harvest. Remove the desperation that feeds them. Build a republic or whatever government emerges that people actually believe in. Create hope so strong that even Leviathan's promises of enlightenment through suffering can't compete. Idealistic, Dooku observed, but not entirely without merit. The Cenobites require willing participants. Reduce the willing, reduce their power. And Sidious, Mace asked, how do we stop a Sith Lord who's had decades to prepare? We hunt him, Obi-Wan said simply. We use every resource, every contact, every piece of intelligence we gathered over 3 years of war. We turn the entire galaxy into his prison, and we prepare for the day when the Cenobites return, ensuring that when they do, they find a united front, not a fractured galaxy ready to tear itself apart. Bold plan, Yoda said. His expression was unreadable, but necessary it may be. Call a full council assembly, we will, and representatives from the Senate, the military, even separatist systems. United front we need, or fall separately we shall. As the meeting dissolved into frantic planning, Obi-Wan found himself standing alone near the chamber's windows, looking out over Coruscant's endless sprawl. 3 months ago they'd faced interdimensional demons and won, barely. Now they faced the possibility that those demons were returning with a Sith Lord as their guide. Somewhere in the city below, in the refugee sectors and military hospitals and government offices, people were trying to rebuild, trying to believe that peace was possible, that suffering could end, that the future held something better than endless war. He hoped they were right. Because in 2 years that hope would be tested like never before. Pinhead's voice whispered in his memory, "We have such sights to show you." And now, potentially, Darth Sidious would be choosing what sights to show and to whom. The countdown had begun again, but this time they'd be ready. They had to be. 18 months later, unknown regions. The derelict space station hung in the void like a corpse, its lights dead, its systems cold. But Obi-Wan could feel it through the Force. Not life exactly, but something that mimicked it. Something that watched and waited. "Are you certain this is the place?" Commander Cody asked, his voice tight over the comm. The clone commander had been part of Obi-Wan's team for 18 months of hunting Sidious, and he'd learned to trust the Jedi's instincts. But this felt wrong, even by their standards. Raphael's analysis indicated Sidious has been using abandoned stations in the unknown regions as research facilities, Obi-Wan replied, checking his equipment one final time. This one matches the dimensional signature we've been tracking. If he's really forming an alliance with the Cenobites, this is where he'd do it. Far from prying eyes. Far from backup, too, Anakin observed, piloting their stealth shuttle closer. 18 months had changed him, the boyish enthusiasm tempered by experience, replaced with focused determination. If this goes bad, we're hours from the nearest Republic forces. Then we make sure it doesn't go bad, Ahsoka said from the weapons station. She'd been promoted to Jedi Knight 6 months ago, and the new responsibility sat well on her shoulders. We get in, gather intelligence on whatever Sidious is doing, and get out. No heroics. Famous last words, Anakin muttered, but he was smiling. Their shuttle docked without incident. The station's airlocks still functioned, opening to reveal corridors that were dark but not abandoned. Equipment hummed in the distance. Life support systems maintained minimal atmosphere. Someone was here, or something. "Split into teams," Obi-Wan commanded quietly. "Anakin and Ahsoka, take the upper levels. Cody, Rex, with me. We'll sweep the lower sections. If you find anything at all, report immediately. No engaging unless absolutely necessary." They moved through the station like ghosts, using every infiltration technique the war had taught them. The upper levels were largely empty, storage, crew quarters, standard facilities. But as they descended, things changed. The walls began to show modifications, not technological upgrades, but organic alterations. Metal surfaces had been carved with geometric patterns, corridors that should have been straight curved at impossible angles, and everywhere that sweet, rotting smell that marked Cenobite presence. "Master Kenobi," Rex whispered urgently, "you need to see this." They'd reached what appeared to be a laboratory, but the equipment was wrong. Sith alchemy apparatus mixed with something else. Surgical tables designed for species that didn't exist in this galaxy. And suspended in containment fields throughout the room were artifacts that made Obi-Wan's skin crawl. Puzzle boxes, dozens of them. He's collecting them, Cody realized. But why? Obi-Wan approached the closest containment field, studying the box within. It was different from the ones they'd sealed, larger, more complex, its patterns shifting even as he watched. And carved into its surface were Sith runes integrated with Cenobite geometry. "He's modifying them," Obi-Wan said with growing horror, "combining Sith alchemy with Cenobite dimensional manipulation. These aren't just gateways anymore, they're weapons," a familiar voice said from the shadows. Count Dooku stepped into view, but he wasn't alone. Behind him stood something that made everyone reach for weapons. It had been human once, male, based on skeletal structure. But now it was something else, a fusion of Sith alchemy and Cenobite transformation. Dark side energy crackled around chains embedded in its flesh, and its eyes held the depth of someone who'd experienced both Force corruption and interdimensional enlightenment. "A Sith Cenobite," Obi-Wan breathed. "Sidious actually did it. He found a way to merge the two." "Not easily," Dooku said, his expression unreadable. The process required 17 test subjects before achieving stability. Most were destroyed by the conflicting energies. But this one, he gestured to the hybrid creature, survived the transformation. A proof of concept. Imagine an army of beings who possess both Sith power and Cenobite immortality, who can manipulate the Force while existing outside its precognitive reach. "You're helping him," Anakin said, his voice low and dangerous. "After everything we've been through, after fighting the Cenobites together, you're helping Sidious create these abominations." "I'm surviving," Dooku corrected. "Did you truly think I'd reformed? That working with you against the Cenobites meant redemption?" He laughed bitterly. "I'm a pragmatist, Skywalker. When the Cenobites threatened everything, I opposed them. But now that my master has found a way to control their power, to weaponize it, why would I continue resisting? The winning side is obvious." "Because it's wrong," Ahsoka said firmly. She'd appeared from a side entrance with Anakin, their lightsabers ignited. "You're not stupid, Dooku. You know whatever Sidious promises you, he'll betray you eventually. That's what Sith do. That's what he is." "Perhaps. But betrayal in 20 years is preferable to death today." Dooku ignited his own crimson blade. "You've walked into a trap, Jedi. Did you really think tracking Sidious for 18 months wouldn't lead somewhere he wanted you to go?" The doors sealed shut behind them. Emergency lights flared to life, revealing dozens more of those hybrid creatures emerging from alcoves throughout the laboratory. Each one radiated dark side corruption mixed with something alien and hungry. "Sith Cenobites," Rex said, his blaster rising. "How many?" 37 successful conversions so far, Dooku replied conversationally, as if discussing weather. "Most are former separatist prisoners who volunteered for transformation, in exchange for power. A few are clones who solved puzzle boxes and were subsequently enhanced with Sith alchemy. Quite the combination. Programmed military efficiency meets Cenobite dedication meets dark side strength. "You're insane," Obi-Wan said. "These beings serve Leviathan. Once they reach critical mass, they'll turn on you, on Sidious, on everyone." "That's the beautiful part," a new voice said. Darth Sidious himself emerged from a hidden lift, his yellow eyes gleaming with malevolent triumph. "They won't turn on us, because we've solved the fundamental problem that made the Cenobites dangerous, their free will. These hybrid creations are bound by Sith alchemy on one side and Cenobite contracts on the other. They serve me absolutely. Through them, I control access to Leviathan's power without submitting to it myself." He gestured, and the Sith Cenobites moved in perfect synchronization, not as individuals but as components of a singular will. "You said the Cenobites require willing participants," Sidious continued, approaching Obi-Wan with predatory confidence. "Technically true, but what defines willing? These subjects volunteered for power. They solved the puzzle boxes I provided. They accepted transformation, knowing the price. And now they belong to me, body, soul, and dimensional anchor point. Through them, I can open gateways anywhere, anytime, without waiting for desperate fools to stumble upon puzzle boxes." "You've made yourself Leviathan's herald," Ahsoka said with disgust. "Whatever you think you're controlling, you're just a servant." "Am I?" Sidious smiled. "Or have I done what no being in any reality has managed? Turned the Cenobites' own theology against them. They believe in experience through suffering. I provide both. They believe in transformation through contract. I fulfill the letter of that law while subverting its spirit. And Leviathan." He laughed. "Leviathan doesn't care about semantics. It cares only about expanding its influence. I facilitate that expansion while directing it toward my enemies. Everyone wins." "Except the people you're transforming," Anakin said. "They were already lost. War casualties, prisoners, the desperate. I simply gave them purpose beyond their meaningless suffering." Sidious's expression hardened. "But enough philosophy. You came here hunting me. Well, here I am. Let's see if 18 months of practice has made you any more capable of stopping me." The Sith Cenobites attacked as one. It wasn't like fighting individuals. It was like fighting a single organism with 37 bodies, each one moving in perfect coordination, covering each other's weaknesses, exploiting every opening. They wielded chains that burned with dark side energy, weapons that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously, and combat techniques that blended lightsaber forms with Cenobite precision. Obi-Wan's blade met one creature's chains, deflecting them barely in time. "Fall back, defensive formation." "There's nowhere to fall back to," Rex shouted, firing controlled bursts that simply passed through some of the Sith Cenobites as if they were ghosts. Their phase shifting, Cody realized, using dimensional manipulation to avoid attacks. Concentrate fire when they're solid. Easier said than done. The creatures moved between dimensions with the ease of breathing, appearing solid only long enough to attack before becoming intangible again. Anakin fought with controlled fury, his blade a blue blur that carved through two creatures before they could phase out. But for every one he destroyed, two more pressed the attack. "Master, we can't win this. There are too many." "Then we change the battlefield," Obi-Wan decided. He reached out with the Force, targeting not the Sith Cenobites but the containment fields, holding the modified puzzle boxes. Ahsoka. "Help me!" She understood immediately. Together they channeled the Force into the containment systems, overloading them. The fields collapsed, and dozens of puzzle boxes tumbled free, each one a potential gateway, each one connected to Leviathan's dimension. "What are you doing?" Sidious demanded, genuine alarm cracking his confident facade. "You'll destabilize the entire dimensional infrastructure." "Exactly," Obi-Wan said. The boxes began opening simultaneously, not slowly as they usually did, but explosively, as if the sudden release from containment had triggered automatic activation. Gateways tore open throughout the laboratory, and through them came the things that even Sidious hadn't anticipated. True Cenobites, not hybrids, not experiments, the actual servants of Leviathan, responding to multiple simultaneous summonings with confusion and then interest. Unauthorized configurations detected. A voice that wasn't Pinhead, but carried similar authority boomed through the dimensional rifts. Contracts violated, modifications made without consent. Sith, you have transgressed. "I made a deal," Sidious protested, and for the first time, Obi-Wan heard genuine fear in the Sith Lord's voice. With Leviathan itself. These modifications were part of Leviathan does not make deals with liars, only truth speakers. You spoke truth until you believed your own lies. Now you belong to us. Chains erupted from every gateway simultaneously, targeting not the Jedi but the Sith Cenobites and Sidious himself. The modified creatures shrieked as their hybrid nature was torn apart. Sith alchemy forcibly separated from Cenobite transformation, leaving screaming husks that were neither alive nor dead. No, Sidious unleashed force lightning at the approaching chains, and the sheer power should have vaporized anything. But Cenobite chains existed in multiple dimensions. The parts destroyed in one reality remained intact in others, regenerating instantly. "Master!" Dooku's confidence shattered completely. He tried to run, but chains wrapped around his legs, pulling him towards the nearest gateway. "Please, I can serve you. I can—" "You already serve," the Cenobite voice said, with something approaching amusement. "You simply didn't know it. Come, your education has been delayed too long." Dooku vanished through the gateway, his screams cut off instantly. "Retreat!" Obi-Wan commanded his team. "Now, while they're focused on Sidious!" They ran, lightsabers cutting through the few Sith Cenobites that weren't being torn apart by the true Cenobites' wrath. Behind them, Sidious's lightning and force attacks grew increasingly desperate as more chains found purchase. "You cannot have me!" the Sith Lord roared. "I am beyond your reach. I am ours," Pinhead's voice said calmly. The Hell Priest himself stepped through the largest gateway, his scarred face regarding Sidious with professional interest. "You attempted to control what you could not comprehend, to weaponize what exists beyond weaponization. Your arrogance is impressive. We shall enjoy exploring it in detail. Every layer, every nuance, every lie you've told yourself until you believed them truth. Such rich material. I'll destroy you," Sidious hissed, gathering power for one final attack. Perhaps, or perhaps not. Either outcome provides experience. Pinhead gestured and 100 chains wrapped around Sidious simultaneously. "But you'll have eternity to attempt it. Welcome to our realm, Sith Lord. We have such sights to show you." They pulled him through. The gateways collapsed. The laboratory fell silent except for the sparking equipment and the moans of dying Sith Cenobites, whose hybrid natures had been forcibly separated. Obi-Wan and his team stood in the sudden quiet, breathing hard, trying to process what had just happened. Did we... Ahsoka couldn't finish the sentence. Did we just watch Darth Sidious get dragged into hell by the Cenobites? Anakin completed. Yeah, we did. Poetic justice, Rex suggested weakly. Or terrible precedent, Cody countered. If the Cenobites can take even Sith Lords, what does that make them? We've been treating them as a contained threat. But if they're powerful enough to punish beings like Sidious for violating their contracts, then we've been fighting something far more dangerous than we understood. Obi-Wan finished. He looked at the collapsed gateways, at the dying Sith Cenobites, at the modified puzzle boxes now inert on the floor. We need to get this information to the Council immediately. Everything changes now. How? Ahsoka asked. Sidious is gone. The Sith Cenobites are destroyed. Shouldn't this be a victory? It would be, Obi-Wan said quietly. Except we've learned something terrible. The Cenobites have rules, laws they enforce. And they're willing to punish even beings who think they're in control. Sidious believed he could manipulate them. He was wrong. But what happens when someone who truly understands those rules tries the same thing? Someone smarter than Sidious, more patient, more willing to play by their theology? You think there's someone else out there? Anakin asked. I think the galaxy just learned that the Cenobites can be bargained with if you're clever enough. And that's information we can't contain. Word will spread. Sith, Jedi, criminals, philosophers, everyone will start trying to understand Cenobite theology to exploit it. Obi-Wan looked at each of them in turn. We didn't solve the problem today. We just watched it evolve into something new. As they evacuated the station, taking samples, recordings, everything they could carry, none of them noticed the small detail. One of the modified puzzle boxes had survived intact, and as their shuttle pulled away, it pulsed. Once, faintly, but unmistakably alive. Coruscant Jedi Council chambers, 3 days later. The report had taken hours to deliver. Every detail, every observation, every horrifying revelation about Sidious's experiments and their catastrophic end. The Council listened in grave silence, occasionally asking clarifying questions, but mostly just absorbing the weight of what they'd learned. When Obi-Wan finished, Yoda was quiet for a long moment. Gone Darth Sidious is, the ancient master finally said. The Sith Lord who manipulated our galaxy for decades, taken by beings beyond our understanding. Feel relief we should, yet troubled I am. More troubled than before. Because the Cenobites proved they can enforce their will even against Force users, Mace Windu stated. We've been treating them as invaders to repel, but they're more like cosmic law enforcement, with laws we don't understand and punishments we can't prevent. The modifications Sidious made to the puzzle boxes, Master Shakti said. If that knowledge survives, if others attempt similar combinations of Sith alchemy and Cenobite contracts, then we'll face an arms race, Obi-Wan confirmed. Everyone trying to figure out how to use the Cenobites as weapons without being consumed by them. Sidious failed, but he proved it's theoretically possible. That's a genie we can't put back in the bottle. What about the original threat? Anakin asked. We were preparing for the Cenobites to return in force in a few months. Does Sidious's capture change that timeline? Unknown, Obi-Wan admitted. Pinhead didn't mention Leviathan's manifestation. He seemed more interested in punishing Sidious for contract violations. It's possible the timeline has shifted, or it's possible we're running out of time faster than we thought. The first configuration continues to pulse. Jocasta Nu reported via hologram. "We've documented increasing frequency over the past 3 months. Whatever network is forming, it's still proceeding, just without Sidious directing it." "Then our strategy remains unchanged," Mace decided. "Continue sealing puzzle boxes where we find them. Educate the population about refusing transformation. Build psychological resistance into civilian and military training. And prepare for the day when Leviathan's attention fully focuses on our galaxy again." "There's one more thing," Ahsoka said hesitantly. "When Pinhead took Sidious, he looked at me, just for a second, and he said something I didn't mention in the report because I wasn't sure I heard it correctly." "What did he say?" Yoda asked. "He said, 'The one who seeks balance will be tested. Not today, not tomorrow, but soon. Tell your masters that true balance requires understanding both light and dark, and what lies beyond both.'" Ahsoka looked uncomfortable. "I think he was talking about Anakin, the Chosen One prophecy." Everyone turned to look at Anakin, who shifted uncomfortably under the attention. "The Cenobites are interested in you," Obi-Wan said quietly to his former Padawan. "They've mentioned you multiple times. Your potential, your fear of loss, your anger. They see something in you that they find valuable." "I'm not going to solve any puzzle boxes," Anakin said firmly. "I'm not going to invite them into my head." "Intentionally no," Dooku's voice said. Everyone spun to see a hologram of the captured Sith Lord appear in the center of the chamber. He looked haggard, transformed, but somehow still himself. "But intentions matter less than actions, Skywalker, and your actions have always been driven by emotion, by attachment, by fear of losing what you love. That makes you vulnerable in ways you don't yet understand." "Dooku," Obi-Wan stared at the hologram. "How are you transmitting? You were taken through a gateway. You should be in the Cenobites' realm." "I am," Dooku replied. His voice carried echoes, as if speaking from vast distances. "They're transforming me as we speak. The process is indescribable, but Pinhead granted me permission to send one final message. Call it professional courtesy, Sith to Jedi, Master to former students. One last warning before I become something else entirely." "Warning about what?" Mace demanded. "About certainty," Dooku said. "You believe you fight evil, that the Cenobites are monsters, the Sith are corrupt, and the Jedi represent righteousness. But I've seen now, seen through eyes that perceive multiple dimensions, and I tell you this, there is no good or evil, no light or dark, only different frequencies of the same fundamental experience. The Cenobites understand this. Leviathan understands this. Even Sidious, for all his flaws, was beginning to grasp it before his arrogance destroyed him." "That's Sith philosophy," Mace said coldly. "Moral relativism dressed up as wisdom. Is it? Or is it truth you're not ready to accept?" Dooku's form began to flicker, destabilizing. "My time grows short. The transformation accelerates. Remember this, Jedi. When the Cenobites return, and they will return, they won't be your enemies. They'll be your mirror, showing you what you are beneath all your careful philosophy and righteous certainty. Some of you will break when you see that reflection. Others will transcend. The question is, which will you be?" The hologram died. The council sat in stunned silence. "We just got a warning from someone actively being transformed into a Cenobite," Anakin finally said. "That's new." "Dooku always was theatrical," Obi-Wan said, though his voice lacked conviction. "But he's right about one thing. We're not prepared for what's coming. Not militarily, not philosophically, not spiritually. The Cenobites don't just challenge our security, they challenge our entire worldview. Then we adapt our worldview, Yoda said firmly. Rigid the Jedi have become. Dogmatic. Perhaps this crisis is the Force's way of teaching us flexibility, of reminding us that even the light side is not absolute truth, merely our truth. Dangerous path this is, but necessary. Master Yoda, Mace protested, you're not suggesting we compromise our principles? Suggesting I am that principles must evolve or become prisons, Yoda interrupted. The Cenobites show us a universe beyond our force, beyond our understanding. Fear that we can, or learn from it, we might. Which approach serves the galaxy better? It was a question none of them could answer. As the meeting adjourned and people dispersed to their duties, Obi-Wan found himself back at that same window overlooking Coruscant. The city sprawled endlessly, billions of lives going about their daily existence, unaware that their entire philosophical foundation might be about to crack. 18 months ago, they'd sealed the first configuration and thought they'd won time. Then they'd discovered Sidious's plot and thought they could stop him. Now Sidious was gone, taken by the very beings he'd tried to control, and they were left with more questions than answers. How long until the Cenobites returned? What would Dooku become in their realm? Would Leviathan honor the delay or accelerate its manifestation? And most troubling, what did Pinhead's interest in Anakin really mean? The burns on Obi-Wan's wrist, long healed into scars, suddenly pulsed with warmth. Not pain, just awareness. And in his mind, unbidden, came Pinhead's cultured voice. Your Sith Lord lasted 47 seconds before breaking. A disappointing performance. But you, Jedi, you resisted for minutes when we first met. Such potential. When we return, and we will return, I look forward to seeing how long you last when we really try. Consider it an appointment. We'll send invitations when the time is right. Obi-Wan touched his wrist, feeling the scar tissue that connected him, however tenuously, to beings beyond mortal comprehension. The countdown had stopped. No, that wasn't right. The countdown had changed. They no longer faced a fixed deadline. They faced something worse, uncertainty. And in that uncertainty, the Cenobites thrived. 6 months later, Coruscant Jedi Temple, Chamber of First Knowledge. The ancient texts floated in the air around Obi-Wan, holographic projections of documents that predated the Republic itself. He'd been searching for 3 days straight, surviving on meditation and kaf, driven by a realization that had come to him in a vision during deep contemplation. You look terrible, Anakin said, entering the chamber with a tray of actual food. When was the last time you slept? What day is it? Thursday. Then 4 days ago? Obi-Wan rubbed his eyes, accepting the food gratefully. Thank you, but I'm close to something. I can feel it. Close to what? Ahsoka asked, following Anakin in. She carried her own stack of datapads, research she'd been conducting independently. Master, we've been over these archives 100 times. There's nothing about the Cenobites that we haven't already found. That's because I was searching for the wrong thing, Obi-Wan said, manipulating one of the holograms to expand it. I was looking for references to the Cenobites specifically, to Leviathan, to dimensional incursions. But what if they've been here before under different names? He pulled up a text from 15,000 years prior, written in an ancient Jedi script that required translation software. This is from the journal of Master Orta Wan, a Jedi who lived during the Sith Wars. She describes encountering beings she called the Geometers, entities from beyond the Force who collected those who solved impossible mathematical proofs. Sound familiar? Anakin leaned closer, reading. She says they were defeated by redirecting their mathematics, making the proofs unsolvable. Exactly what we did with the first configuration, Obi-Wan confirmed. We made it connect to itself, a mathematical loop, an unsolvable equation. Master Orda did the same thing 15 millennia ago, which means the Cenobites have tried to enter our galaxy at least once before. And were stopped, Ahsoka said, hope creeping into her voice, which means it's possible to stop them permanently. Not permanently, Obi-Wan corrected gently. Master Orda's final entry says the Geometers withdrew, but promised to return when the geometry aligned favorably. She died 3 years later, never knowing if they came back. But we know they did, a new voice said. Mace Windu entered, accompanied by several other council members, because here they are again, 15,000 years later. Which raises the question, why now? What's different about this era that makes it favorable for them? The war, Obi-Wan said immediately. The Clone Wars created unprecedented suffering across the galaxy. Trillions displaced, entire systems devastated, desperation on a scale not seen since the Sith Wars 15,000 years ago. The implications settled over everyone like a shroud. They're cyclical, Ahsoka realized. The Cenobites, they don't invade randomly. They wait for periods of maximum suffering, maximum desperation. Then they harvest. Then they withdraw until the next cycle. Which means we haven't stopped them, Anakin said grimly. We've just postponed them again until the next galactic catastrophe creates the conditions they need. Not necessarily, Obi-Wan said, pulling up more texts. Master Orta documented something else. She believed the Geometers, the Cenobites, weren't just seeking suffering, they were seeking something specific, a type of consciousness that only emerges during certain historical conditions. She called it the question, a fundamental existential crisis that entire civilizations experience simultaneously when facing extinction. What kind of question? Mace asked. Why do we suffer? What is the meaning of pain? Is there purpose in existence beyond survival? Obi-Wan read from the ancient text. Master Orda theorized that the Cenobites collect beings who've reached this question sincerely, not just philosophically, but experientially. People who've suffered so completely that they genuinely need answers, not just want them. That's horrifying, Ahsoka whispered. They're not just predators. They're answering prayers in the worst possible way. Which means, Mace said slowly, that ending the war isn't enough. We need to provide better answers to the question, alternatives to what the Cenobites offer. If people can find meaning in their suffering through other means, then they won't seek the boxes, Obi-Wan finished. They won't solve the configurations. They won't invite the Cenobites in. It's not about sealing gateways or fighting demons. It's about competing philosophies. That's a much longer game, Anakin observed. We can't just win a battle and move on. We have to change how the entire galaxy thinks about suffering. Yes, Yoda's voice came from the doorway. The ancient master entered, moving more slowly than usual. The past 2 years had aged him in ways mere time couldn't explain. Realize this I have. In my meditations, see the future I cannot, but understand the past I do. And the past teaches us. The Cenobites return when the galaxy forgets how to hope, how to find meaning beyond suffering. Our task, then, teach hope again. Make it stronger than the enlightenment through pain they offer. That could take generations, Mace said. Then generations we have, Yoda replied. Or generations we must make time for, because the alternative, he gestured at the ancient texts, is facing them again and again, every 15,000 years, as they harvest those we've failed to give answers to. A chime interrupted them. Urgent priority. Cody's voice came through the comm. Masters, we have a situation. The first configuration just activated, not a pulse, full activation, and it's broadcasting something. They ran. Temple vault. Containment chamber. The first configuration hung in its containment field, glowing with that sickly green luminescence they'd come to associate with active Cenobite presence. But this time the light was different, purer, more focused, and emanating from it was a holographic projection. Pinhead, not his physical form, but a representation sophisticated enough to convey expression and gesture. The Hell Priest looked directly at the assembled Jedi as if he could see them. Greetings, Pinhead's voice echoed through the chamber. This message transmits across dimensional boundaries at significant energy cost. I make it brief. 6 months have passed since we collected the Sith Lord Sidious. His transformation is complete. He serves Leviathan now, quite contentedly, having finally accepted his true nature. Count Dooku progresses more slowly. His philosophical resistance creates fascinating complications, but both have provided valuable insights about your galaxy. The projection shifted, showing images that made Obi-Wan's stomach turn. Sidious and Dooku transformed into Cenobites, their bodies bearing the marks of geometric perfection, their faces showing expressions that mixed agony and peace. They taught us much about your force, Pinhead continued, how it connects living things, how it can be channeled and manipulated, how it blinds you to what exists beyond its awareness. Useful information. We've shared it with Leviathan. Our god is intrigued. The projection changed again, showing a countdown, numbers in languages from across the galaxy, all reading the same thing. 6 months, 180 days. In 6 months, Leviathan will attempt manifestation again, Pinhead said calmly, not as before with slow preparation and gateway construction. This time, direct, immediate, overwhelming. We've learned from our previous delay. Your cleverness will not thwart us twice. This is not a threat. Threats imply choice. This is simply information. Fair warning as our theology requires. Why warn us? Mace demanded, though he knew Pinhead couldn't hear. Why give us time to prepare? As if answering, Pinhead smiled. You wonder why we inform you of our schedule? Simple. Because preparation creates anticipation. Anticipation creates fear. Fear creates suffering. And suffering creates the very desperation we harvest. You cannot win, Jedi. Every action you take to stop us ultimately serves us. Even your hope, especially your hope, feeds what we are. That is the beauty of our position. That is why we are inevitable. The projection began to fade, but Pinhead had one more thing to say. Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, Ahsoka Tano, the three who've resisted us most effectively, who've sealed our gateways and disrupted our plans. We have special interest in you. When Leviathan manifests, you will be given choice. Accept transformation willingly and retain individuality, or resist and become raw material. Consider it professional courtesy. We respect worthy adversaries, even as we consume them. The hologram died. The first configuration went dark, returning to its dormant state. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Anakin laughed, a bitter, exhausted sound. So we have 6 months. 6 months to stop a god from entering our dimension. 6 months to save the galaxy from beings we can't kill, can't negotiate with, and can't even properly perceive. Anyone have ideas? I do, a voice said from the chamber entrance. Everyone turned to see a figure they hadn't expected, a woman in traditional Jedi robes, but her species was wrong. Her skin had a metallic sheen. Her eyes were multifaceted like a Cenobite's might become, but she radiated light-side presence. "Who are you?" Mace demanded, lightsabers igniting around the chamber. "I am Master Sela Nor," the woman said calmly. "I was one of the Jedi taken by the Cenobites 18 months ago during the early sealing attempts. I solved a configuration. I was transformed. But unlike Dooku or Sidious, I did not surrender to the dark side during transformation. I maintained my connection to the Force throughout the process. And in doing so, I learned something the Cenobites did not expect me to learn." She stepped forward, and despite her unsettling appearance, her Force presence was genuine, light-side, powerful, and somehow still her. "I learned that Leviathan is not omnipotent," Master Nor said. "It's powerful beyond measure, yes, but it has a weakness, a fundamental flaw in its nature that even its servants don't fully understand. And I know how to exploit it, but doing so will require resources, cooperation, and most importantly, a willing sacrifice of a magnitude you may not be prepared to accept." "What kind of sacrifice?" Obi-Wan asked, though he suspected he already knew. "Someone must enter Leviathan's realm willingly, carrying a Force technique I can teach, and detonate it from within. It won't destroy Leviathan, that's impossible, but it will sever its interest in our galaxy, make our reality unappealing, distasteful to its senses, like corrupting food so predators won't eat it." "You're talking about suicide," Ahsoka said. "I'm talking about transformation," Master Nor corrected gently. "The volunteer wouldn't die. They'd become something else, something neither Jedi nor Cenobite, something that exists as a permanent wound in Leviathan's attention, a constant irritant that makes focusing on our dimension painful for it. They'd be conscious, aware, but fundamentally changed. Forever." "That's monstrous," Mace said. "We don't sacrifice our own." "Even to save trillions?" Master Nor met his gaze steadily. "Even to prevent every living being in the galaxy from facing transformation or death. Master Windu, I understand your reluctance. I felt it too when I first conceived this solution. But having experienced both Jedi existence and Cenobite consciousness, I tell you, there are worse fates than becoming a hybrid, and there are causes worth accepting those fates for." Yoda approached Master Nor slowly, studying her with Force senses and ancient experience. "Changed you are, yet still yourself, still light. Possible I did not think this was." "It shouldn't be," Master Nor admitted. "The Cenobites themselves are confused by my continued light-side connection. Pinhead called me an impossibility made manifest. But impossibilities happen when sufficiently motivated beings refuse to accept conventional limitations. I'm proof that the Cenobites can be survived, even incorporated, without losing essential self. That proof may be our greatest weapon, or our greatest delusion," Dooku's voice said. Another unauthorized hologram materialized. The transformed Sith Lord, now fully Cenobite, his scarred face bearing geometric patterns that pulsed with dark side energy. Ciela, you believe you've maintained your identity, but I can see, we can all see, those of us fully transformed, that you're changing. Slowly, inevitably. In another year, perhaps two, the Jedi you were will be gone entirely. You'll be Cenobite with vague memories of light. Don't offer false hope to these people. I offer informed hope, Master Nor replied. Yes, I'm changing. All beings change with time and experience, but the direction of change matters. I'm transforming toward something that synthesizes both philosophies, Jedi and Cenobite, rather than being consumed by one or the other. That synthesis is what makes me viable as a weapon against Leviathan. Synthesis, Dooku mused. How very Jedi of you, always seeking balance, middle paths, compromises. But some things cannot be synthesized. Some opposites are genuinely irreconcilable. Then I'll be the first to prove otherwise, Master Nor said firmly. Dooku, you surrendered. You let the transformation consume your Sith identity completely, but that was your choice, not an inevitability. Others can choose differently. We'll see, Dooku replied. When Leviathan manifests in 6 months, we'll all see just how many choices remain. Until then, his image flickered. I suggest you consider Master Nor's proposal carefully, because I've been in Leviathan's presence directly now. I've felt its attention focused fully, and I tell you, Jedi, whatever you're planning, it won't be enough. Nothing is enough against that. But don't let me discourage you. Your hope will make the final disappointment that much more educational. His hologram vanished. Master Nor turned to the council. I don't require your permission to proceed. I'm already transformed, already damned by your standards. But I'm offering you a choice. Let me teach this technique to a volunteer, someone who understands what they're sacrificing and does so willingly. Or refuse and face Leviathan's manifestation with only conventional defenses. The decision is yours. You have 6 months to make it. We'll need time to consider, Mace said, his voice strained. Of course, but don't take too long. The technique requires months of preparation and training. Delay too long, and the option becomes unavailable. Master Nor bowed respectfully, a Jedi gesture from a Cenobite body, creating cognitive dissonance in everyone watching. I'll be in the guest quarters if you need me. May the Force be with you, Masters, all of you. Even those who no longer believe it can save you. She left, her movements graceful despite her transformed nature. The council stood in silence, processing what they'd just heard. We can't seriously consider this, one of the younger masters said. Asking someone to volunteer for permanent transformation, it's antithetical to everything we believe. Is it? Obi-Wan asked quietly. We teach that Jedi should be willing to sacrifice their lives for others. How is sacrificing one's form different from sacrificing one's life? Because death is final, Mace said. This is eternal suffering as a tool against a god. There's a difference between heroic sacrifice and cursing someone to endless existence as a weapon. Perhaps, Yoda said thoughtfully, but consider, Master Nor does not seem to suffer. Changed, yes. Different, certainly. But suffering? No. Still herself, she remains. Still chooses light over dark. That suggests transformation need not equal damnation. You're actually considering this, Anakin said, disbelief in his voice. Considering all options, we must, Yoda replied. 6 months we have. 6 months to find another way, or accept that this may be the only way. Hope for the first, prepare for the second. Wisdom, that is. As the meeting dissolved into debate, Obi-Wan found himself thinking about Master Nor's words, about synthesis rather than surrender, about maintaining identity through transformation, and he thought about the scars on his wrist, about his connection to Pinhead, about how he'd already been marked by the Cenobites once. If someone needed to volunteer, if someone needed to carry a force technique into Leviathan's realm, if someone needed to become a weapon. "No," Anakin said beside him, apparently reading his expression. "Master, don't even think it. You're not volunteering for this." "Someone has to," Obi-Wan replied quietly. "Not you. You've done enough, faced them enough, lost enough." Anakin's mechanical hand clenched into a fist. "If anyone volunteers, it should be me. I'm the chosen one, right? Destined to bring balance to the Force? What's more balanced than becoming half Jedi, half Cenobite? That's not balance, Anakin. That's sacrifice. And you have too much to lose. Padme, Ahsoka, your future as a Jedi Master. And you don't? You think you're expendable because you don't have attachments." Anakin's voice rose. "That's Jedi dogma talking, Master. You matter just as much as anyone. More, probably, because you're one of the few people keeping the Order sane." "Then perhaps I matter enough to be the sacrifice that saves everyone else." They stood there, two Jedi, contemplating volunteering for damnation, each trying to prevent the other from accepting it. "There has to be another way," Ahsoka said, joining them. She'd been listening from nearby. "Master Nor said we have 6 months. We use that time. We research, we experiment. We find a solution that doesn't require anyone becoming a weapon. We've beaten impossible odds before." "The odds get worse every time," Obi-Wan said gently. "Then we get better," she replied stubbornly. "We find allies. We dig deeper in the archives. She paused, an idea visibly forming. "We ask the Cenobites themselves. Master Nor is proof they can be communicated with. If she maintained her light side while transformed, that means the Cenobites aren't all corrupting, which means they might be reasoned with." "Pinhead doesn't negotiate," Anakin said. "No, but he does honor contracts. He respects rules. Every interaction we've had shows that the Cenobites operate according to consistent theology. If we can understand that theology fully, maybe we can find a loophole. A way to make them leave without anyone sacrificing themselves." It was a thin hope, but hope nonetheless. 6 months, Obi-Wan said, making a decision. "We spend 6 months pursuing every alternative. We research, we learn, we try everything. But if we reach the end of that time without finding another solution," he looked at both of them seriously, "then I volunteer. Not because I'm expendable, but because I've already been marked by them. Because I have the connection. Because it should be me." "No," Anakin started. "That's not a debate," Obi-Wan said firmly, using the voice that had trained Anakin from childhood. "That's my decision as a Jedi Master. You will respect it, both of you, and you will spend the next 6 months making sure I don't have to follow through. Understood?" Reluctantly, they nodded. Outside the temple, across the galaxy, puzzle boxes pulsed in hidden locations. The network was reforming, stronger and more determined than before. And deep in the spaces between dimensions, Leviathan's attention focused more fully on the Star Wars galaxy. It had been patient for 15,000 years. It could be patient for 6 more months. After all, anticipation was just another form of experience, and experience was what gods of sensation lived for. The countdown had begun. 180 days until manifestation. 180 days to find another way. 180 days until someone would have to become something neither Jedi nor human. The Cenobites had such sights to show them, and this time no ritual or trick would delay what was coming. Only choice remained, and choices, as the Cenobites had taught them, always came with prices beyond what anyone expected to pay. Somewhere in the labyrinth between dimensions, Pinhead stood before a massive construct, Leviathan's eye focusing on a single galaxy among infinite possibilities. "They plan resistance," the female Cenobite observed. "The transformed Jedi offers them a weapon. Do we intervene?" "No," Pinhead said, his scarred face contemplative. "Let them plan, let them hope, let them discover whether synthesis truly is possible or merely another delusion. Either outcome provides data, either result advances our understanding." "And if they succeed," Chatterer clicked, "if they truly wound Leviathan's interest in that reality, then we learn that even gods can be injured by sufficient will," Pinhead replied. "A valuable lesson, but I suspect they'll fail, not through lack of effort, but through lack of understanding. They still think in terms of victory and defeat. They haven't grasped that we exist beyond such limitations, that we win even when we lose, because all outcomes generate experience." He touched the construct, and across the galaxy, the first configuration pulsed once more. 6 months, Pinhead murmured. Sufficient time for hope to bloom and wither. Sufficient time for them to exhaust every alternative and face the necessity of sacrifice. Sufficient time for the most stubborn among them to understand what we've been teaching all along. That suffering is not the opposite of enlightenment. It is the path to it. "And the marked ones?" the female Cenobite asked. "Kenobi, Skywalker, Tano. They will make interesting additions when the time comes," Pinhead said. "Especially Skywalker. Such potential in that one. Such fear masquerading as determination. Such darkness pretending to be light. We shall enjoy exploring which is true. When he breaks, and he will break, the revelation will be exquisite." He stepped back from the construct, his work complete. In 6 months, Leviathan manifests. One way or another, their galaxy changes forever. Some will be transformed. Some will resist. Some will discover truths about themselves they never wanted to know. And we shall be there for all of it. Recording, observing, collecting. "We have such sights to show them," the other Cenobites intoned. "Indeed we do," Pinhead agreed. "Such sights indeed. And across the galaxy, in a million hidden places, puzzle boxes waited for the desperate, for the seeking, for those who asked the question and couldn't live without answers." The Cenobites would be happy to help. They always were. The war with the Separatists was ending. The conflict with Darth Sidious had concluded in the most unexpected way possible. The immediate Cenobite threat had been delayed but not defeated. Now came the hardest part, finding hope in a galaxy that had learned there were horrors beyond stars, beyond space, beyond the Force itself. Building a future worth living in, worth fighting for, when everyone knew that in 6 months, that future might be consumed by beings who saw suffering as enlightenment. The Jedi would do what they'd always done, stand between darkness and the innocent, protect those who couldn't protect themselves, and maintain hope even when hope seemed foolish, because the alternative to hope wasn't wisdom, it was surrender, and surrender, as the Cenobites had taught them, led only to one destination. The galaxy would face its trial in 6 months. Whether it emerged victorious, transformed, or something else entirely remained to be seen. but it would face it united, prepared, and unbroken in spirit, if not in flesh. May the Force be with them all, even those who would soon exist beyond its reach.